Vanessa, tell us about your 5 Actions campaign.
So this summer we really want people to connect to their local river and take action. So we've tried to make it as simple as possible for people to go out, learn more about their river, enjoy their river, and to also take some of the actions that would really benefit our rivers home into their gardens, into their homes. And yeah, the idea is we all know that our rivers are in trouble, but we also want people to not turn their backs on them. We want people to connect to their local river, and for the next month we want people to choose 5 actions, be there feeling more mindful about their river, connecting about the river, reflecting about how the river makes them feel, or to kind of look at, like, becoming a bit more savvy about pollution, like what are the different types of pollution, like what does it mean when I see my river is being polluted, what kind of action do I need to take, but also to kind of look at like what kind of wildlife lives in my river, is it native, and to kind of really take the time to learn a little bit more about the river that you row on, that you swim on, that you walk, cycle next to, and it's really about building that connection and building that knowledge, and then taking that knowledge further into taking action.
How can clubs get connected, and indeed what's the benefit of doing so?
I think the idea is the more you know about your river, the more positive you feel about it, and I think the more you kind of get involved in it in your sport, the more you kind of enjoy your river. I think it is going to have a positive impact on your training, to kind of have that additional motivation to know, okay, this is what I can look out for during my training, these are the kind of species, and it's kind of building that curiosity, I think, into our rivers, and that's kind of what we want people to do a bit more, and to also get that kind of sense of stewardship, to get that feeling of, okay, this is something that I feel empowered to do, especially around pollution. Like, rowers are the eyes and ears of our rivers, so we really want rowers to kind of get that savviness, to get people involved, to get that savviness and to get involved, and speak up for their rivers and enjoy them as well.
And the condition of our rivers and waterways have even featured in our national politics of late, and it's something that's clearly very dear to your heart, Vanessa.
Yes, it is, and we've spoken to a couple of rowers today, and they mentioned that they have gotten sick, and it's just really it's saddening to hear. And I think the more we kind of keep these conversations going, and the more we kind of keep our rivers on our agenda, the more we're going to build a momentum for change. And for us as a local rivers charity, that then translates into action that we can take locally, that translates into conversation, that translates into projects that we can deliver for our rivers here on the ground in the Trent catchment.
How can people find out more?
So we do want anyone and everyone to get involved, and you can go to our website, trentriverstrust.org, search for Take 5 for Rivers, and download our booklet, and then log those 5 actions, use the hashtag Take 5 for Rivers, tag Trent Rivers Trust, and then we're building that momentum and that movement, and that's fantastic to hear. And we're very grateful for any rower that is going to join us.
Rachel, tell us why sustainability is important.
So sustainability is important so that as a sport we can start to reduce our impact on our environment, and also take care of the waters and the surrounding countryside where we're rowing. So we're obviously very close to the water. It is our kind of lifeblood as a sport, so we want to take care of it.
And tell us how clubs can do more to be sustainable.
So some of the things that clubs can do are, first of all, start to reduce their own water consumption. So that might be by using buckets instead of hoses to wash down the boats, take shorter showers, which I know doesn't necessarily go down well, but also being aware of moving invasive species, so cleaning boats before you move from one watercourse to another. And then there are other kind of areas like writing to your MP. So on our website there's a kind of standard template linking through to the Rivers Trust where it's possible to do that. Raising awareness with the new government, helping push it up the agenda, and that all reaps dividends on our sort of Clean Waters campaign. And we do have a Thriving Waters scheme, which is going to help clubs that would like to test the water to know what they're rowing on. Is it clean, or what's in there? Also to do litter picks. So we partnered with the Rivers Trust, who do litter picks and also balsam bashing and various activities along the local rivers. Look at the kind of invasive species. So sometimes floating pennywater is a big issue for some clubs. And through this scheme we can help fund some initiatives to help manage that, so that we can keep the rivers and canals and other watercourses open. It's all about collaboration. So we're a sport, but as one sport we can do a certain amount, we can do a much larger amount through collaborations reaching to the community, and we can help clubs to do that. We also have our Clean Water Sports Alliance, which we formed a few months ago with other water sports. There are 7 of us all together. So that's another way in which we can become kind of bigger than ourselves, if you like.
I can feel your passion for this subject. How can people find out more?
So people can find out more if they go to the British Rowing website /sustainability, and we've got lots of resources and links there, and a link through to our Thriving Water scheme. So we would urge you to kind of apply, express interest in projects you would like to do. The deadline's the 1st of September, so once this event is over, plenty of time to kind of put a few words together of projects you might like to do. But British Rowing /sustainability.
Here's a fresh sample.
Science coordinator Soraya Wooler is showing Graham and Imogen how to test water quality on the riverbank at Henley-on-Thames.
Graham's going to be testing phosphate for us, and Imogen, you've got our nitrate.
High levels of nutrients like nitrates and phosphates are indicators of sewage and other pollution in waterways.
Wow, that's high, isn't it?
Anything above 1 milligram per litre of nitrate is having an impact on the ecosystem. Right. And likewise for Graham's, anything above 0.1 is having an impact. The two together are a sign of very poor and untreated sewage pollution.
Wow.
Imogen, how do you feel about these results?
It's really quite high, and it looks so idyllic here, but it's a good reminder that not everything's good underneath the surface.
British Rowing is working with environmental charities including River Action, who are campaigning to improve Britain's rivers.
If you were to swim in the River Thames here now, there's a good chance you'd be ill. We've discovered that 10 times the permissible amounts of E. coli, a dangerous pathogen, are present in the waters right now. And this is because our rivers are full of sewage and agricultural manures.
Can you see things changing?
What we need to see is action. We are in a freshwater emergency in this country. We're running out of safe drinking water and recreational use of rivers and so on. We have putting our lives at risk and wildlife.
In Cambridge, college rowers are using tests for the first time. Their results show fairly low phosphate but very high nitrate levels.
Can you see the value of that then if we were doing these tests regularly, just as a sort of a warning sign?
I think it's good as rowers to go out knowing that it's going to be safe and not be worried that if you get splashed you might get ill.
The data can be used by so many people, and hopefully we can find a way to be rowing on a nice clean river, and that would be really great.
It's a really good reminder of why we wash the boats, why we wash our hands, and why we're having to be really careful about using the river.
there's something that you can do to help our rivers. Download the Big River Watch app and spend 15 minutes looking at one of your local rivers. There's a few questions on the app and fill in your questionnaire, and when you submit it, your data will be part of a whole host of data from across the nation that's going to help us understand our rivers better.
We are here in the British rowing tent with CJ White. CJ, can you tell me who you are and what you're doing here today?
Hey, so I'm CJ, I'm a British rowing master trainer, and I'm here to help people understand the benefits and engagement of indoor rowing.
Excellent. And what does being a master trainer for indoor rowing entail?
So basically my job is to educate people on the benefits of how to use the rowing machine correctly, correct their technique, and how to take the next steps in indoor rowing. I also travel the country helping clubs, gyms and CrossFit boxes set up indoor rowing classes and how to do outreach to the public.
It sounds like you've got your work cut out. So what do you think the benefits are that you get from indoor rowing?
I think for me there's a whole plethora of benefits, not only from the physical benefits from, burning fat, gaining muscle, it's also a full body workout, but you get so many mental benefits, like it's a place where you can disconnect from life and just focus on the numbers on the screen. Whatever it is at the end of the day, you can sit on that machine and it's going to be your best friend, your worst nightmare, but there's so many benefits you can get from it, it's just worth getting on it.
Okay, so the Olympics are on the horizon and people are talking about the 5 rings. Can you tell me a little bit about British Rowing's 5 Rings Challenge?
Yes, so obviously there's 5 rings in the Olympic logo, so we've got 5 challenges going on. The one we're doing today is a 24-stroke challenge, and it is 24 strokes to see how far you can go. If you want to learn more about that, head over to the British Rowing website and you can actually enter the challenge. You can also get a chance to win loads of prizes, and we put in our prize draw to win on-the-spot prizes, and also an overall winner prize will be awarded at the end of the Olympic trials.
Excellent, that's very tempting. So I've got to ask, what's your 2K time?
I'm entering the British Rowing Indoor Championships this year, so why don't you enter as well and you can come and watch me set a 2K PB.
Oh, well, there we go. Well, I'll think about it. Thank you. Thanks for chatting with us, CJ. We are here in Coach's Corner with Rachel Hooper. Rachel, can you tell us a little bit about who you are and why you're here today?
Sure, so I'm Learning Education and Development Manager at British Rowing, and one of the initiatives we want to really promote is wellbeing for coaches, particularly on race day. It's a really lovely hot day, but we know that coaches are notorious for putting everybody else first other than themselves, so we want to create that space where coaches can really come in and talk to us, offload and have a bit of a rest as well.
How key are coaches to an event like this?
Well, it's not just about race day. There'll have been an awful lot of work that's gone into getting people here today. On race day itself, coaches play a lot of roles. So they're a tactician, they're a nutritionist, they're making sure that athletes are getting lots of rest. And as I say, coaches will put everybody else first and they'll be really, really busy and they don't get that rest time on race day. So we need to make sure that they're getting that downtime as well as and when they can.
Absolutely, and you made a good point about that need for coaches to be cared for as well. So why is it important to have a space like this where coaches can decompress?
Yeah, so sometimes just getting away from really valued supporters and just having a little bit of quiet time. We're here to listen, to support, to help coaches to develop, to recognise the absolutely valuable role that they play in an event like today, and to make sure that they really do feel appreciated, and also they can grab a bit of refreshments from us, have a bit of time off their feet and in the shade as well.
Sounds like a really lovely offer. So if coaches do want to reach out, how can they come to you if they'd like to talk?
Yeah, so they can come and see us at the British Rowing Gazebo today, and we're here tomorrow. We're also available from the Learning, Education and Development team online, so education@britishrowing.org. Anything relating to coaches, coaching, developing as a coach, becoming a new coach, please do get in touch. We always love to hear from coaches and talk to them.
So we are here with Marika and Chris. Can you start by introducing yourselves and letting us know why you're here today?
Hi, I'm Marika Hagemans. I'm the Director of Membership and Rowing Community at British Rowing, and we're here to support our first Junior and Senior Championships.
And hi, I'm Chris Farrell. I'm the Head of Community for British Rowing, so again here to support all the clubs that are taking part today.
Wonderful. This is the first championships in which juniors and seniors are combined as one event. What do you think that means for the community?
Well, I think it means a great deal because we've been waiting to run senior championships for a long time, and after consulting with the community, this was what came out as the preferred solution, is to bring junior and senior champs together. And I think as an athlete or someone watching here, it's great to see all ages competing, a big range of different clubs. So we're super excited to be here, and it's finally happening.
And what do you have planned for the community this summer?
Well, to be honest, it's one of the biggest years as we can of a sport. It comes around 4 years, the Olympics and the Paralympics. So we've got 3 things that are happening. First one is we're doing a summer Learn to Row programme, so clubs can get involved in basically signing up to this programme where we have funding, we have coaching support, and all the tools and materials they need to really help them thrive and hopefully get loads of people interested into the sport that have shown interest from seeing it on the big TV. Second of all, we've got an Olympic challenge that's happening. So today, if anybody's around or has come to the championships, they'll be able to take part in that for the first time, but it's also available nationally, so people can take part by going onto the British Rowing website and signing up on there. And then the third sort of piece is very much around sort of that next step and that retention. How do we support those clubs longer term? So again, is looking at a great British Rowing weekend which is taking place between the 7th and 8th of September. So those that have been inspired by the Olympics or are looking to continue in the sport, the clubs are opening their doors across the whole of the country and basically offering loads of taster sessions in rowing classes or Learn to Row courses as a way to help people and see what a great sport it is to take part in.
And so for people who are watching or listening to this, there are so many options there that you've described of things that they can do, but what would you say what's your top tip, what's your advice for if they're thinking about giving rowing a try but not yet sure?
Go to the British Rowing website. That is your first stop. There you can find out more about a Learn to Row programme, taster sessions near you. There's a club finder on there, so you can just put in your postcode to see what's happening around you, and that is the ideal way to start. And hopefully we'll see people on the water soon after.
Excellent. Thank you so much for talking to us today. Really great to chat with you. Can you start off by introducing yourself and letting us know what you're doing here today?
Yeah, of course. I'm Jono, one of the 3 co-founders of Life Jacket, and we are the official skin protection partners of British Rowing.
Can you tell us more about Life Jacket? What is the brand? What's your product?
So as a brand, our mission is to halt the increase in skin cancer by raising awareness of the risks of skin damage and helping people better understand the facts. And to that end, we've got a range of products for people to use, whether or not they're in the water, on the water, clothing, anything along those lines to keep skin safe all year round.
We're really excited about your partnership with British Rowing. Why do you think British Rowing and Life Jacket is such a good fit?
Well, to be honest with you, anyone that's outdoors and active, doing what they love, be that a hobby, professionally, even occupationally, needs to be taking care of their skin. Partnering with British Rowing was such an obvious fit for us because you've got a group of individuals that are outside, again, doing what they love. But not only that, water is a great multiplier of UVs. So as well as getting hit on the way down, the reality is you get hit on the way back up as well. So partnering with British Rowing seems a really natural fit to meet their members and community.
And so for members of the community and anyone who might be listening to this or watching this, maybe thinking about coming down over the next few days, what can they do if they come to your stand?
Well, we've got a range of products here. We had a dermatologist with us earlier on today performing free skin checks. That's really important to us that we get people thinking and looking at their skin. It's our first time here, fantastic atmosphere as well. So as well as us, there are loads of other great people to swing by. But yeah, certainly swing by, have a chat, and we happily answer any questions you might have.
Wonderful. And we've got the weather to prove your point. We definitely need the sun cream today.
Vanessa, tell us about your 5 Actions campaign.
So this summer we really want people to connect to their local river and take action. So we've tried to make it as simple as possible for people to go out, learn more about their river, enjoy their river, and to also take some of the actions that would really benefit our rivers home into their gardens, into their homes. And yeah, the idea is we all know that our rivers are in trouble, but we also want people to not turn their backs on them. We want people to connect to their local river, and for the next month we want people to choose 5 actions, be there feeling more mindful about their river, connecting about the river, reflecting about how the river makes them feel, or to kind of look at, like, becoming a bit more savvy about pollution, like what are the different types of pollution, like what does it mean when I see my river is being polluted, what kind of action do I need to take, but also to kind of look at like what kind of wildlife lives in my river, is it native, and to kind of really take the time to learn a little bit more about the river that you row on, that you swim on, that you walk, cycle next to. And it's really about building that connection and building that knowledge, and then taking that knowledge further into taking action.
How can clubs get connected, and indeed what's the benefit of doing so?
I think the idea is the more you know about your river, the more positive you feel about it, and I think the more you kind of get involved in it in your sport, the more you kind of enjoy your river. I think it is going to have a positive impact on your training, to kind of have that additional motivation to know, okay, this is what I can look out for during my training, these are the kind of species, and it's kind of building that curiosity, I think, into our rivers, and that's kind of what we want people to do a bit more, and to also get that kind of sense of stewardship, to get that feeling of, okay, this is something that I feel empowered to do, especially around pollution. Rowers are the eyes and ears of our rivers, so we really want rowers to kind of get that savviness, to get people involved, to get that savviness and to get involved, and speak up for their rivers and enjoy them as well.
And the condition of our rivers and waterways have even featured in our national politics of late, and it's something that's clearly very dear to your heart, Vanessa.
Yes, it is, and we've spoken to a couple of rowers today, and they mentioned that they have gotten sick, and it's just really it's saddening to hear. And I think the more we kind of keep these conversations going, and the more we kind of keep our rivers on our agenda, the more we're going to build a momentum for change. And for us as a local rivers charity, that then translates into action that we can take locally, that translates into conversation, that translates into projects that we can deliver for our rivers here on the ground in the Trent catchment.
How can people find out more?
So we do want anyone and everyone to get involved, and you can go to our website, trentriverstrust.org, search for Take 5 for Rivers, and download our booklet, and then log those 5 actions, use the hashtag Take 5 for Rivers, tag Trent Rivers Trust, and then we're building that momentum and that movement, and that's fantastic to hear. And we're very grateful for any rower that is going to join us.
Rachel, tell us why sustainability is important.
So sustainability is important so that as a sport we can start to reduce our impact on our environment, and also take care of the waters and the surrounding countryside where we're rowing. So we're obviously very close to the water. It is our kind of lifeblood as a sport, so we want to take care of it.
And tell us how clubs can do more to be sustainable.
So some of the things that clubs can do are first of all start to reduce their own water consumption. So that might be by using buckets instead of hoses to wash down the boats, take shorter showers, which I know doesn't necessarily go down well, but also being aware of moving invasive species, so cleaning boats before you move from one watercourse to another. And then there are other kind of areas like writing to your MP. So on our website there's a kind of standard template linking through to the Rivers Trust where it's possible to do that. Raising awareness with the new government, helping push it up the agenda, and that all reaps dividends on our sort of Clean Waters campaign. And we do have a Thriving Waters scheme, which is going to help clubs that would like to test the water to know what they're rowing on. Is it clean or what's in there? Also to do litter picks. So we partnered with the Rivers Trust who do litter picks and also balsam bashing and various activities along the local rivers. Look at the kind of invasive species. So sometimes floating penny water is a big issue for some clubs. And through this scheme we can help fund some initiatives to help manage that so that we can keep the rivers and canals and other watercourses open. It's all about collaboration. So we're a sport, but as one sport we can do a certain amount, we can do a much larger amount through collaborations reaching to the community, and we can help clubs to do that. We also have our Clean Water Sports Alliance, which we formed a few months ago with other water sports. There are 7 of us all together. So that's another way in which we can become kind of bigger than ourselves, if you like.
I can feel your passion for this subject. How can people find out more?
So people can find out more if they go to the British Rowing website /sustainability, and we've got lots of resources and links there, and a link through to our Thriving Water scheme. So we would urge you to kind of apply, express interest in projects you would like to do. The deadline's the 1st of September, so once this event is over, plenty of time to kind of put a few words together of projects you might like to do. But British Rowing /sustainability.
Here's a fresh sample.
Science coordinator Soraya Wooler is showing Graham and Imogen how to test water quality on the riverbank at Henley-on-Thames.
Graham's going to be testing phosphate for us, and Imogen, you've got our nitrate.
High levels of nutrients like nitrates and phosphates are indicators of sewage and other pollution in waterways.
Wow, that's high, isn't it?
Anything above 1 milligram per litre of nitrate is having an impact on the ecosystem.
Right.
And likewise for grams, anything above 0.1 is having an impact. The two together are a sign of very poor and untreated sewage pollution.
Imogen, how do you feel about these results?
It's really quite high, and it looks so idyllic here, but it's a good reminder that not everything's good underneath the surface.
British Rowing is working with environmental charities including River Action, who are campaigning to improve Britain's rivers.
If you were to swim in the River Thames here now, there's a good chance you would be ill. We've discovered that 10 times the permissible amount of E. coli, a dangerous pathogen, are present in the waters right now. And this is because our rivers are full of sewage and agricultural manures.
Can you see things changing?
What we need to see is action. We are in a freshwater emergency in this country. We're running out of safe drinking water and recreational use of rivers and so on. We have putting our lives at risk and wildlife.
In Cambridge, college rowers are using tests for the first time. Their results show fairly low phosphate but very high nitrate levels.
Can you see the value of that then if we were doing these tests regularly, just as a sort of a warning sign?
I think it's good as rowers to go out knowing that it's going to be safe and not be worried that if you get splashed, you might get ill.
The data can be used by so many people, and hopefully we can find a way to be rowing on a nice clean river, and that would be really great.
It's a really good reminder of why we wash the boats, why we wash our hands, and why we're having to be really careful about using the river.
Hello and welcome to Champs Live. This is day 4 and the last day of action at the British Rowing Junior and Senior Club Championships 2024. Like many organisations, British Rowing takes sustainability seriously as we look to create a positive legacy for today's rowers and indeed for the generations to come. British Rowing sustainability lead Rachel Dooley stressed to me how important it is that we look after our waterways.
So sustainability is important so that as a sport we can start to reduce our impact on our environment and also take care of the waters and the surrounding countryside where we're rowing. So we're obviously very close to the water. It is our kind of lifeblood as a sport, so we want to take care of it. So some of the things that clubs can do are first of all start to reduce their own water consumption. So that might be by using buckets instead of hoses to wash down the boats, take shorter showers, which I know doesn't necessarily go down well, but also being aware of moving invasive species, so cleaning boats before you move from one watercourse to another. And then there are other kind of areas like writing to your MP. So on our website there's a kind of standard template linking through to the Rivers Trust where it's possible to do that. Raising awareness with the new government, helping push it up the agenda, and that all reaps dividends on our sort of Clean Waters campaign. And we do have a Thriving Waters scheme which is going to help clubs that would like to test the water to know what they're rowing on. Is it clean or what's in there? Also to do litter picks. So we partnered with the Rivers Trust who do litter picks and also balsam bashing and various activities along the local rivers. It's all about collaboration. So we're a sport, but as one sport we can do a certain amount, we can do a much larger amount through collaborations, reaching to the community, and we can help clubs to do that. We also have our Clean Water Sports Alliance, which we formed a few months ago with other water sports. There are 7 of us all together. So that's another way in which we can become kind of bigger than ourselves, if you like.
And it's that collaborative approach that has led to many important partnerships forming, as Trent Rivers Trust Vanessa Zuppman explains.
I think the idea is like the more you know about your river, the more positive you feel about it, and I think like the more you kind of get involved in it in your sport, the more you kind of enjoy your river. I think it is going to have a positive impact on your training, to kind of have that additional motivation to know, okay, this is what I can look out for during my training, these are the kind of species, and it's kind of building that curiosity, I think, into our rivers, and that's kind of what we want people to do a bit more, and to also get that kind of sense of stewardship, to get that feeling of, okay, this is something that I feel empowered to do, especially around pollution. Like rowers are the eyes and ears of our rivers, so we really want rowers to kind of get that savviness and to get involved and speak up for their rivers and enjoy them as well.
How can people find out more?
So we do want anyone and everyone to get involved, and you can go to our website trentriverstrust.org, search for Take 5 for Rivers and download our booklet, and then log those 5 actions, use the hashtag Take 5 for Rivers, tag Trent Rivers Trust, and then we're building that momentum and that movement, and that's fantastic to hear. And we're very grateful for any rower that is going to join us.
Trent Rivers Trust, Vanessa Zuppman. Let's get to our first side-by-side rowing action of the day and join our British Rowing commentary team.
Good morning, Brit Champs fans. We are already kicking off the action bright and early this morning. We've seen the time trials this morning, and we're now over to the prelim races, followed by many semi-finals. So first race on the course already at the 500-metre mark. We have the Open Beginner Double Sculls prelim race. This is hotly contested between Royal Chester in lane 1, Warwick in 2, Windsor Boys Composite in 3, Bath Uni in 4, Birmingham University in 5, and Surrey University in lane 6. And Liv, we're just looking down the course now from the commentary tower, and it looks to me like the double in lane 5, Birmingham University, lane 4, Bath University seem to have the advantage in this race.
It certainly does, Lucy. They look to have about a length of open water on the crew to their right-hand side, and that's the Windsor Boys and Windsorian composite, and also Surrey University in lane 6 over there on the scoreboard side. Those two crews currently moving really nicely in second and third place in this preliminary event. These doubles didn't compete a time trial earlier, so this prelim race is for a race for lanes for the final later on. Bath University wrapping this up nicely. They're just measuring their effort now as they come into the last 100, 200 metres. They'll be looking for that middle lane in the final later today, and it certainly seems like they are going to get it.
Nice little tussle going on for the second spot in this prelim race between Surrey in 6 and the Windsor composite in lane 3. Both crews, I would say, giving a measured effort. They know they've got to race again later today. This is the race for lanes, but it'll be a really exciting rematch later on. Windsor just crossing the line in second, followed by Surrey Uni, looks like in third. And rounding out this field over the line, just together, we have the double from University of Birmingham and Warwick Boat Club.
Royal Chester Boat Club double there, just closing out the preliminary event for that open beginner double, and we will move to the next event, the women's beginner double, who look to be all attached to the state boats, waiting for those starters orders. This preliminary event competed between the University of London in lane 1, Bath University in lane 2, Hexham Rowing Club in lane 3, Millfield Rowing Club in lane 4, and Mersey Rowing Club in lane 5.
We're off the start now in the women's beginner double sculls prelim. These ladies racing for all important lanes in the final, but there's 5 crews in this race and we will see them all again later today. But it'll be interesting to see who takes the early advantage. Heading towards the 500 metre mark, the halfway in this 1K race. And again, it looks to be Bath University leading the charge. as their teammates before in the race, as their teammates did in the race before this. Great display from Bath University. That's Bath University through the 500 metre mark first. Second place, some clear water behind though, is Millfield Rowing Club and University of London hot on their heels.
As we saw in the previous race, really confident sculling from these girls from Bath. Clearly there is a great beginner program over there at Bath University. They have about 2-3 lengths of open water now on the cruise from the University of London in lane 1, and it looks like Millfield Rowing Club in lane 4. These girls will be schoolgirls, so that's really exciting to see them racing up in this beginners category.
Bath University just crossing the line of this prelim in dominant fashion. Looks almost too easy for these ladies, but we'll see them again later for the final, as will we see the next two crews coming towards the line. Millfield Rowing Club have just about a length, it looks, over University of London. Millfield looks like they'll cross second and UL third.
Those distinct hexen blades, yellow with that diagonal cross, just crossing the line now. In 4th place in this preliminary event. And they will be followed by Mersey Rowing Club out there in lane 5, just coming through the last 100 metres now to round out this women's beginner double prelim.
So that concludes our prelim race for lanes this morning, and we'll be next up with loads of semi-finals with Junior 14 singles, quads, J15 singles, doubles, all sorts on their way. But starting the action this morning will be the Open J14 singles girls. Semi-final 1 is just attaching to their stake boats now in pretty choppy conditions up at the 1K marker today. So it'll be a real test of their skill. Some geese on the course up there at the start I see as well. Looks like they'll have some obstacles to deal with.
And no sooner had these J14 single scullers got attached, they were released along the course. We've already had some birds bashed in the head. These single scullers getting out the way nice and quick. We'll do a quick roll call here. This is the first semi-final of the J14 single sculls. In lane 1, we have Jaden Sleeth of Loughborough Boat Club. In lane 2, Luke Zammit of Calpe Rowing Club. Lane 3, Rory McNabb from George Watson's College. Lane 4, Henry Crisp of Bedford Rowing Club. Lane 5, Diego Petrocio of Henley Rowing Club. And lane 6, Aaron Brown of Berwick ARC. Approaching the 500 metre mark in semi-final AB1 of the Open J14 single sculls, and it's close at the front. It looks like the Berwick sculler, Brown, he's up there in the mix, leading this potentially. Also, George Watson's in lane 3, battling for the front, but with them are Bedford and Henley all in the mix. There's 4 boats here going for the all-important top 3 spots to secure their place in the A final. On our screens now, we can just see the first timing marker, just 2 seconds, but separating first to 4th place. This is going to be a proper battle to the line to get these top 3 spots to get into final A. Coming into the final 250 now of this semi-final, and things are hotting up. McNabb of George Watson's in lane 3. Fantastic middle section of his race. He may have the advantage here, but it's so hard to separate the field. Bedford, Henley and Berwick also in the mix. Loughborough sculler in lane 1 just contending with the boy line. That's not going to help his bid for a final A. Well, this George Watson sculler is certainly walking away with this semi-final. He's not letting anything get to chance. He's going to up the rate a little bit. Our Bedford sculler in lane 4, though, he is moving through nicely. He's making sure he's maximising his lane draw. Moved up into third, into second. Looking absolutely brilliant. And out there in lane 6, the Berwick Sculler appears to have done just enough, but there is a late surge from the Calpe Sculler in lane 2. As with the Loughborough Sculler in lane 1 over here, it's really tight. Just shuffling places for positions in lane 4, positions 4, 5 and 6. It was the Berwick Sculler who will go through to the A final in third. And our scullers from Calpe, Henley and Loughborough Boat Club will compete in Final B later on. Before we head to semi-final, the second semi-final of these J14 single sculls, we just have an announcement. We will be delaying the semi-finals of the WJ14 double and the WJ15 coxed quads while we investigate issues with the results of time trials, potentially due to incorrect numbers being worn. We will provide an update as soon as possible.
But already hurtling towards the final 250 metres, semi-final AB2 of this Open J14 single sculls. We have Nottingham and Union in lane 1, Shiplake College in 2, Tideway in 3, Derwent B in 4, Bulebridge A in 5 and Lambton A in 6. Another super close race approaching. Looks like maybe the Tideway Sculler out in lane 3 is leading this, but with him is also Shiplake and Derwent either side. Again, these scullers battling for the top 3 spots to send them through to this afternoon's A final.
We certainly love to see some close racing, Lucy. And you're right, it does look like Lewis Hennessy of Tideway Scullers might be out there in the lead at the moment. Although our Derwent Sculler, Ted Lim, is really making a move, as is our Shiplake Sculler, Sebastian Lee. These 3 currently out in front. Excellent sculling from all of these boys. We can see out there in lane 5, Theodore Maltrup of Bulebridge Rowing Club is mounting a charge. He wants one of these A final spots. He's coming through fast.
Yeah, great turn of pace from the Bulebridge Sculler in the green boat in these last stages, but is it too little too late? Derwent B leading the charge with Tideway Scullers, barely a canvas down on him, and Shiplake going too. Looks like it might be Bulebridge just missing out here, and it looks like Derwent, Scullers and Shiplake crossing the line in the top 3 spots. Bulebridge and Nottingham and Union followed by Lambton A out in lane 6, just drifting over the line. Really tough racing out here for all these scullers, but fantastic. Fantastic to see here from the bank and our view in the commentary tower. Next up, we'll be over to the J14 boys coxed quads in semi-final AB1. Attaching to the stake boats now in their starters position is semi-final AB1 in lane 1, Windsor Boys A, in 2, Aberdeen Schools A, in 3, Henley Rowing Club, in 4, Falcon Rowing Club, in 5, the Queen Elizabeth Composite, in 6, Clare's Court A. And we are off. First few strokes of the Open J14 Coxed Quads off the line now. Looking really choppy up at the start, so great to see a nice clean start from all crews off the line. They're away safely. And we'll be with you when we have some timing markers and see who's taken a bit of a lead in this race. But for now, it's looking pretty level across the board.
Well, as they just came across our screens there, we saw Henley Rowing Club have a comfortable lead in this first semi-final. They're up about 2 seconds on Windsor Boys, followed closely by the Queen Elizabeth Composite and the Aberdeen School Quad. Those two boats really vying for the third place, that all-important position to make sure that they move through into the A final later today. These young lads from Henley Rowing Club, though, looking absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, we can see the grimaces on their faces on the live stream video right now. These boys absolutely fighting for their lives out here. And Henley, it's paying off for them. They're heading into the final 250 metres now. Henley are up there, but Windsor Boys in lane 1, they're in the mix too. Both programs well known for producing such fast junior boys quads. The Queen Elizabeth Camus Composite also up there vying for a top 3 spot, and with them goes Falcon in lane 4. Henley still leading the charge as we approach the red boys. But Windsor starting to wind, they're going through the gears. It's 4-boat battle again for the top 3 spots. We've got Windsor, Henley, Falcon and the Queen Elizabeth Composite. Aberdeen Schools making a late bid as well to try and make it to that A final. Henley into the final 50 metres-ish of this race. Windsor Boys looking over their shoulders. They're staring at Henley and it's working for them. They're going with them, but oh, it's so hard to call. 4 boats for 3 spots. Henley look like they're going to take this one. Barely half a length of the rest of the field. Falcon late surge, maybe on the line, they take second, and it's the Queen Elizabeth Composite and Windsor through the line together in third. We're going to have to get confirmation of that.
Well, while we wait for those results of that first semi-final, we are going to move back to the start for the second semi-final of this Junior 14 Coxed Quads. Roll call here. We have Wallingford A in lane 1, George Watson's College in lane 2, Maidenhead Rowing Club in lane 3, Brentford A in lane 4, Barn Elms in lane 5, and finally Windsor Boys B in lane 6. Nice clean start from all these crews in the second semi-final. They're moving really quickly, listening to their coxes, making sure they're executing their start sequence as intended, and then they will settle down onto their race rhythm for the middle part of this race. Well, it's Maidenhead who've taken early control of this race. We do have confirmation now. These crews racing to join Henley, Falcon and Windsor Boys A in the final later on. Incredibly close racing between Barn Elms and George Watson's in this semi-final. Just under 0.5 of a second separating them, currently in positions 2 and 3, but they can't relax. There are crews following them, chasing them down.
Yeah, barely any time to settle into your mid-race pace in such short, fast 1K racing. And just as they've finished their start, they're starting their finish. And again, we have a 4-horse race for the top 3 spots to send them through to the A final. Maidenhead still leading the charge, but strong attacks from George Watson's and Brentford either side of them. Barn Elms also up there in the mix. The outside lanes, Windsor B and Wallingford, look to be slightly off pace for the top 3 spots, but they're battling together either side of the lake. Brentford making a move now. They're sneaking their way up on early leaders Maidenhead. Last 100 meters of this race, and oh, Windsor Boys disaster out there in lane 6. A crab, quick recovery though, excellent work. And it looks like Brentford might have just stolen the lead from Maidenhead here. Charging for the line, we have George Watson's and Barn Elms. Fantastic sprint from Brentford rowing through Maidenhead in these final stages, but George Watson's looks like the momentum's with them to take the 3rd spot. Brentford are going to be first across the line, and barely half a length is Maidenhead second. And George Watson's fantastic from lane 2, just sneaking ahead for that 3rd spot over Barn Elms. We'll see those top 3 crews later in today's A final, and Barn Elms, Windsor School B and Wallingford will contest the B final. Brilliant racing there from those boys. And we did actually see this Brentford quad
rode past us, it looked like they were fixing something broken barely 10 minutes ago. So bit of adrenaline for them, excellent composure, and well done to those boys who dealt with that and got back to the start for their race to come through for the win.
Right, we've barely caught our breath from those exciting J14 quad semis, but now we're over to the women's J15 single sculls. We have semi-finals A and B, 1 and 2 on their way, and semi-final 1 is well underway now. These ladies are approaching the final 300 meters of their race, and from my eye, it looks like the sculler from Glasgow Rowing Club in lane 3 is leading the charge, but City of Bristol in lane 1 out there also with her. Again, the top 3 crews will be straight through to today's A final. The 4th to 6th will contest the B final. Still leading this pack of women's J15 scullers, it's Warnock from Glasgow Rowing Club in the yellow boat and yellow kit out there in lane 3. She's got to hold off attacks though from City of Bristol in lane 1, doing what she can to get a spot in the A final, but another battle between lanes 4, 5 and 6. We've got City of Sunderland, Nottingham and Union and Trentham. Again, so many boats only going for the top 3 spots, but Glasgow, really dominant performance. Nice measured effort from her, just doing enough to stay clear of the field and head safely through to the final. Looks over the shoulder from Stoker from City of Sunderland. She's up there, looks like she might be taking this 2nd place here, but still all to play for the 3rd spot.
And it looks like our Trentham sculler over there in lane 6 just upped it enough to come through a length ahead of the Nottingham and Union and City of Bristol scullers to take that 3rd place in the A final. We're going to round this out with Lola Contreras-Wood from George Watson's College in this 1st semi-final of the women's J15 single sculls. And the 2nd semi-final is well underway. We're already approaching 500 meters in this race. We have Maya Weiler of Barn Elms, Eleanor Westcroft College of Lambton Rowing Club, Phoebe Asquith of AB7, Ella Hardman from Nottingham and Union Rowing Club, Saren Williams of Tees Rowing Club, and Ailey Hutton of Cantabs. An excellent race by the looks of things. It looks like most of the major racing is going on in lanes 3 and 4 between our Nottingham and Union and AB7 scullers. They came through just a second apart in 1st and 2nd positions. It's then close between our Tees sculler and Barn Elms scullers, as well as the Lambton sculler in lanes 5, 2 and 1. So they're separated by some water, but they'll want to keep an eye on each other, keep looking across, make sure that they're measuring their efforts, putting in their moves ahead of each other to get those all-important 1st, 2nd and 3rd places in this AB semi-final.
Great shots here on our live screen of Phoebe Asquith of AB7. in the front pack of this race, as to be expected. She's had a fantastic weekend, winning the J16 double sculls, now back in her age category, contesting the women's J15 singles, but also going with her, we have the sculler from Nottingham and Union, Hardman in lane 4. It's shaping up to be another battle for the top 3 spots. There's 5 scullers vying for them, but Phoebe Asquith and Hardman of Union leading this charge as we head towards the final, Red Boys.
Well, we can hear these cheers up here in the commentary tower, and they are well deserved and needed from these single scullers. They're moving nicely. It looks like Ella Hardman of Nottingham and Union, she wants to take that top spot from Phoebe Asquith of AB7. She's mounting a charge. She wants to get the best lane come this final. Our Barn Elm sculler though, Maya Weiler, looks like she's coming now comfortably into the 3rd position to take that final spot through to the A final later on. Phoebe Asquith though, she does just enough to make sure that she's crossing the line in 1st position, ahead of Ella Hardman and Maya Weiler. Those 3 will take those top positions and join the Glasgow, City of Sunderland and Trentham scullers in the A final later today.
We just saw the Lambton sculler just sneak ahead of TC to cross the line there. T's looked like just missed the finish line, stopping a little bit early, so that'll be an interesting rematch later in the B final today.
And hot off the start, we're now with our J15 open doubles. Windsor Boys D, Windsor Boys A, Hereford B, a composite of Hexham and Exeter, Windsor Boys C and Maidenhead Rowing Club in this event. So an awful lot of Windsor Boys cheering to be going on here. And they are already through 500, and it looks like Hereford are up just ahead of Maidenhead. But it is certainly tight still between all these scullers. The beauty of this 1,000 metre course is that we get close racing all the way to the very end. And you cannot deny that we have been seeing that yesterday afternoon and already this morning.
Still looks to be Hereford leading as we're into the final 150 metres or so of this race, but outside lane attack from Maidenhead Rowing Club in lane 6. They're going for the win in this, but it's top 3 boats through, and again we've got 4, 5 boats vying for those spots. It's a battle for Hereford and Maidenhead for the top spot. Fantastic wind through the gears from Maidenhead out in lane 6, but Hereford matching their move. Going with them, we have the Hexham and Exeter composite and also Windsor Boys C.
Hereford now moving through the line. They've done just enough to keep their bows ahead, and it is Maidenhead. Although this Hexham Exeter double, they made a surge. They came through in 3rd place. These 3 Windsor Boys crew, we're going to have a crash here in lane 1. You got 2 Windsor Boys doubles. They're just crossing the line, entangled together. We will see those 3 Windsor Boys crews racing against each other and hopefully staying a little further apart than they did across the line just then.
They were basically holding hands crossing the line in that semi-final 1. And we'll see more Windsor action actually in semi-final 2 with their Windsor Boys E crew in the J15 double sculls coming up next. So up at the 1K now, we are just off in the J15 double sculls semi-final AB2. In lane 1, it's St Ives. In 2, Windsor Boys E. In 3, Walbrook Rowing Club A. In 4, George Watson's. In 5, Buell Bridge. And in lane 6, Henley Rowing Club A. Still really tough conditions up there at the start of this race. We're just seeing on our screens now this headwind making it pretty tough in the first half of the race. But all these crews dealing so well with the conditions. It's great to see.
The first update on our delayed semi-finals. The women's J14 double race 518 will be scheduled for 12:48 and race 519 at 12:49. Time trial results and semi-final draws are now published, but we are still waiting on the women's J15 coxed quads.
Coming into the 500-meter halfway mark now in the J15 double sculls, and it looks to be Walbrook A out in lane 3, leading the charge, but closely followed by Buell Bridge, then George Watson's. St Ives, though, also in the mix for one of those top 3 spots again to take them through to the A final.
Well, as we come in to the last 250 metres, it still looks like it is Buell Bridge from Walbrook Rowing Club, although Walbrook have just mounted a charge and it looks like they now may be sneaking ahead. George Watson's College as well, they're making a move. They don't want to be left out of things. And over here, St Ives Rowing Club in lane 1, they're getting involved as well. None of these boys want to miss out on the final.
Buell Bridge also turning up the heat in lane 5. But St Ives, massive sprint from them. But Windsor Boys E going with them too. Again, we've got 5 boats going for the top 3 spots. Walbrook seem to be holding their lead, but taking with them George Watson's. Buell Bridge might have just rode through Walbrook. Maybe not, but Walbrook and Buell Bridge going for those top 2 spaces, and George Watson's in between them in lane 4 are just going to sneak that 3rd spot over Windsor Boys A. St Ives gave absolutely everything to that sprint. They crossed the line in 5th, and looks like Henley rounding out the field in 6th.
Well, it looks like the B final of these Open J15 doubles is going to be Windsor boys and guests, and then we will have Walbrook, Buell Bridge, George Watson's join the composite of Hexham and Exeter, Maidenhead and Hereford in the A final later today. We're just going to go to a quick interview with the Rivers Trust while we are on this little pause, unexpected pause, as we wait for those other semi-finals and finals to happen.
Vanessa, tell us about your 5 Actions campaign.
So this summer we really want people to connect to their local river and take action. So we've tried to make it as simple as possible for people to go out, learn more about their river, enjoy their river, and to also take some of the actions that would really benefit our rivers home into their gardens, into their homes. And yeah, the idea is we all know that our rivers are in trouble, but we also want people to not turn their backs on them. We want people to connect to their local river, and for the next month we want people to choose 5 actions, be there feeling more mindful about their river, connecting about the river, reflecting about how the river makes them feel, or to kind of look at, like, you know, becoming a bit more savvy about pollution, like what are the different types of pollution, like what does it mean when I see my river is being polluted, what kind of action do I need to take, but also to kind of look at like what kind of wildlife lives in my river, is it native, and to kind of really take the time to learn a little bit more about the river that you row on, that you swim on, that you walk, cycle next to. And yeah, it's really about building that connection and building that knowledge, and then taking that knowledge further into like taking action.
How can clubs get connected, and indeed what's the benefit of doing so?
I think the idea is like the more you know about your river, the more positive you feel about it, and I think like the more you kind of get involved in it in your sport, the more you kind of enjoy your river. I think it is going to have a positive impact on your training, to kind of have that additional motivation to know, okay, this is what I can look out for during my training, these are the kind of species, and it's kind of building that curiosity, I think, into our rivers. And that's kind of what we want people to do a bit more, and to also get that kind of sense of stewardship, to get that feeling of, okay, this is something that I feel empowered to do, especially around pollution. Like, rowers are the eyes and ears of our rivers, so we really want rowers to kind of get that savviness, to get people involved, like to get that savviness and to get involved, and speak up for their rivers and enjoy them as well.
And the condition of our rivers and waterways have even featured in our national politics of late, and it's something that's clearly very dear to your heart, Vanessa.
Yes, it is, and we've spoken to a couple of rowers today, and they mentioned that they have gotten sick, and it's just really, it's saddening to hear. And yeah, I think the more we kind of keep these conversations going, and the more we kind of keep our rivers on our agenda, the more we're going to build a momentum for change. And for us as a local rivers charity, that then translates into action that we can take locally, that translates into conversation, that translates into projects that we can deliver for our rivers here on the ground in the Trent catchment.
How can people find out more?
So yeah, we do want anyone and everyone to get involved, and you can go to our website, trentriverstrust.org, search for Take 5 for Rivers, and download our booklet, and then log those 5 actions, use the hashtag Take 5 for Rivers, tag Trent Rivers Trust, and then we're building that momentum and that movement, and that's fantastic to hear. And we're very grateful for any rower that is going to join us.
Rachel, tell us why sustainability is important.
So sustainability is important so that as a sport we can start to reduce our impact on our environment, and also take care of the waters and the surrounding countryside where we're rowing. So we're obviously very close to the water. It is our kind of lifeblood as a sport, so we want to take care of it.
And tell us how clubs can do more to be sustainable.
So some of the things that clubs can do are first of all start to reduce their own water consumption. So that might be by using buckets instead of hoses to wash down the boats, take shorter showers, which I know doesn't necessarily go down well, but also being aware of moving invasive species, so cleaning boats before you move from one watercourse to another. And then there are other kind of areas like writing to your MP. So on our website there's a kind of standard template linking through to the Rivers Trust where it's possible to do that, raising awareness with the new government, helping push it up the agenda, and that all reaps dividends on our sort of Clean Waters campaign. And we do have a Thriving Waters scheme which is going to help clubs that would like to test the water to know what they're rowing on, is it clean or what's in there. Also to do litter picks, so we partnered with the Rivers Trust who do litter picks and also balsam bashing and various activities along the local rivers. Look at the kind of invasive species, so sometimes floating penny wort is a big issue for some clubs, and through this scheme we can help fund some initiatives to help manage that so that we can keep the rivers and canals and other watercourses open. It's all about collaboration. So we're a sport, but as one sport we can do a certain amount, we can do a much larger amount through collaborations reaching to the community, and we can help clubs to do that. We also have our Clean Water Sports Alliance, which we formed a few months ago with other water sports. There are 7 of us all together, so that's another way in which we can become kind of bigger than ourselves, if you like.
I can feel your passion for this subject. How can people find out more?
So people can find out more if they go to the British Rowing website /sustainability, and we've got lots of resources and links there, and a link through to our Thriving Water scheme. So we would urge you to kind of apply, express interest in projects you would like to do. The deadline's the 1st of September, so once this event is over, plenty of time to kind of put a few words together of projects you might like to do. But British Rowing /sustainability.
Here's a fresh sample.
Science coordinator Soraya Wooler is showing Graham and Imogen how to test water quality on the riverbank at Henley-on-Thames.
Graham's going to be testing phosphate for us, and Imogen, you've got our nitrate.
High levels of nutrients like nitrates and phosphates are indicators of sewage and other pollution in waterways.
Wow, that's high, isn't it?
Anything above 1 milligram per litre of nitrate is having an impact on the ecosystem.
Right.
And likewise for grams, anything above 0.1 is having an impact. The two together are a sign of very poor and untreated sewage pollution.
Imogen, how do you feel about these results?
It's really quite high, and it looks so idyllic here, but it's a good reminder that not everything's good underneath the surface.
British Rowing is working with environmental charities including River Action, who are campaigning to improve Britain's rivers.
If you were to swim in the River Thames here now, there's a good chance you would be ill. We've discovered that 10 times the permissible amount of E. coli, a dangerous pathogen, are present in the waters right now. And this is because our rivers are full of sewage and agricultural manures.
Can you see things changing?
What we need to see is action. We are in a freshwater emergency in this country. We're running out of safe drinking water and recreational use of rivers and so on. We have putting our lives at risk and wildlife.
In Cambridge, college rowers are using tests for the first time. Their results show fairly low phosphate but very high nitrate levels.
Can you see the value of that then if we were doing these tests regularly, just as a sort of a warning sign?
I think it's good as rowers to go out knowing that it's going to be safe and not be worried that if you get splashed, you might get ill.
The data can be used by so many people, and hopefully we can find a way to be rowing on a nice clean river, and that would be really great.
It's a really good reminder of why we wash the boats, why we wash our hands, and why we're having to be really careful about using the river.
There's something that you can do to help our rivers. Download the Big River Watch app and spend 15 minutes looking at one of your local rivers. There's a few questions on the app and fill in your questionnaire, and when you submit it, your data will be part of a whole host of data from across the nation that's going to help us understand our rivers better.
We are here in the British rowing tent with CJ White. CJ, can you tell me who you are and what you're doing here today?
Hey, so I'm CJ, I'm a British rowing master trainer, and I'm here to help people understand the benefits and engagement of indoor rowing.
Excellent. And what does being a master trainer for indoor rowing entail?
So basically my job is to educate people on the benefits of how to use the rowing machine correctly, correct their technique, and how to take the next steps in indoor rowing. I also travel the country helping clubs, gyms and CrossFit boxes set up indoor rowing classes and how to do outreach to the public.
It sounds like you've got your work cut out. So what do you think the benefits are that you get from indoor rowing?
I think for me there's a whole plethora of benefits, not only from the physical benefits from, burning fat, gaining muscle, it's also a full body workout, but you get so many mental benefits, like it's a place where you can disconnect from life and just focus on the numbers on the screen. Wherever it is at the end of the day, you can sit on that machine and it's going to be your best friend or your worst nightmare, but there's so many benefits you can get from it, it's just worth getting on it.
Okay, so the Olympics are on the horizon and people are talking about the 5 rings. Can you tell me a little bit about British Rowing's 5 Rings Challenge?
Yes, so obviously there's 5 rings in the Olympic logo, so we've got 5 challenges going on. One we're doing today is a 24-stroke challenge, and it is 24 strokes to see how far you can go. If you want to learn more about that, head over to the British Rowing website and you can actually enter the challenge. You can also get a chance to win loads of prizes and be put in our prize draw to win on-the-spot prizes, and also an overall winner prize will be awarded at the end of the Olympic trials.
Excellent, that's very tempting. So I've got to ask, what's your 2K time?
I'm entering the British Rowing Indoor Championships this year, so why don't you enter as well and you can come and watch me set a 2K PB.
Oh, well, there we go. Well, I'll think about it. Thank you. Thanks for chatting with us, CJ. We are here in Coach's Corner with Rachel Hooper. Rachel, can you tell us a little bit about who you are and why you're here today?
Sure, so I'm Learning Education and Development Manager at British Rowing, and one of the initiatives we want to really promote is wellbeing for coaches, particularly on race day. It's a really lovely hot day, but we know that coaches are notorious for putting everybody else first other than themselves, so we want to create that space where coaches can really come in and talk to us, offload and have a bit of a rest as well.
How key are coaches to an event like this?
Well, it's not just about race day. There'll have been an awful lot of work that's gone into getting people here today. On race day itself, coaches play a lot of roles. So they're a tactician, they're a nutritionist, they're making sure that athletes are getting lots of rest. And as I say, coaches will put everybody else first and they'll be really, really busy and they don't get that rest time on race day. So we need to make sure that they're getting that downtime as well as and when they can.
Absolutely, and you made a good point about that need for coaches to be cared for as well. So why is it important to have a space like this where coaches can decompress?
Yeah, so sometimes just getting away from really valued supporters and just having a little bit of quiet time. We're here to listen, to support, to help coaches to develop, to recognise the absolutely valuable role that they play in an event like today, and to make sure that they really do feel appreciated, and also they can grab a bit of refreshments from us, have a bit of time off their feet and in the shade as well.
Sounds like a really lovely offer. So if coaches do want to reach out, how can they come to you if they'd like to talk?
Yeah, so they can come and see it as the British Rowing Gazebo today, and we're here tomorrow. We're also available from the Learning, Education and Development team online, so education@britishrowing.org. Anything relating to coaches, coaching, developing as a coach, becoming a new coach, please do get in touch. We always love to hear from coaches and talk to them.
So we are here with Marika and Chris. Can you start by introducing yourselves and letting us know why you're here today?
Hi, I'm Marika Hagemans. I'm the Director of Membership and Rowing Community at British Rowing, and we're here to support our first junior and senior championships.
And hi, I'm Chris Farrell. I'm the Head of Community for British Rowing, so again here to support all the clubs that are taking part today.
Wonderful. This is the first championships in which juniors and seniors are combined as one event. What do you think that means for the community?
Well, I think it means a great deal because we've been waiting to run senior championships for a long time, and after consulting with the community, this was what came out as the preferred solution, is to bring junior and senior champs together. And I think as an athlete or someone's watching here, it's great to see all ages competing, a big range of different clubs. So we're super excited to be here, and it's finally happening.
And what do you have planned for the community this summer?
Well, to be honest, it's one of the biggest years as we have as sport. It comes around 4 years, the Olympics and the Paralympics. So we've got 3 things that are happening. First one is we're doing a summer learn to row programme, so clubs can get involved in basically signing up to this programme where we have funding, we have coaching support, and all the tools and materials they need to really help them thrive and hopefully get loads of people interested into the sport that have shown interest from seeing it on the big TV. Second of all, we've got an Olympic challenge that's happening. So today, if anybody's around or has come to the championships, they'll be able to take part in that for the first time, but it's also available nationally, so people can take part by going onto the British Rowing website and signing up on there. And then the third sort of piece is very much around sort of that next step and that retention. How do we support those clubs longer term? So again, is looking at a great British Rowing weekend which is taking place between the 7th and 8th of September. So those that have been inspired by the Olympics or are looking to continue in the sport, the clubs are opening their doors across the whole of the country and basically offering loads of taster sessions in rowing classes or learn to row courses as a way to help people and see what a great sport it is to take part in.
And so for people who are watching or listening to this, there are so many options there that you've described of things that they can do, but what would you say what's your top tip, what's your advice for if they're thinking about giving rowing a try but not yet sure?
Go to the British Rowing website. That is your first stop. There you can find out more about a Learn to Row programme, taster sessions near you. There's a club finder on there, so you can just put in your postcode to see what's happening around you, and that is the ideal way to start. And hopefully we'll see people on the water soon after.
Excellent. Thank you so much for talking to us today. Really great to chat with you. Can you start off by introducing yourself and letting us know what you're doing here today?
Yeah, of course. I'm Jono, one of the 3 co-founders of Life Jacket, and we are the official skin protection partners of British Rowing.
Can you tell us more about Life Jacket? What is the brand? What's your product?
So as a brand, our mission is to halt the increase in skin cancer by raising awareness of the risks of skin damage and helping people better understand the facts. And to that end, we've got a range of products for people to use, whether or not they're in the water, on the water, clothing, anything along those lines to keep skin safe all year round.
We're really excited about your partnership with British Rowing. Why do you think British Rowing and Life Jacket is such a good fit?
Well, to be honest with you, anyone that's outdoors and active, doing what they love, be that a hobby, professionally, even occupationally, needs to be taking care of their skin. Partnering with British Rowing was such an obvious fit for us because you've got a group of individuals that are outside, again, doing what they love. But not only that, water is a great multiplier of UV. So as well as getting hit on the way down, the reality is you get hit on the way back up as well. So partnering with British Rowing seems a really natural fit to meet their members and community.
And so for members of the community and anyone who might be listening to this or watching this, maybe thinking about coming down over the next few days, what can they do if they come to your stand?
Well, we've got a range of products here. We had a dermatologist with us earlier on today performing free skin checks. That's really important to us that we get people thinking and looking at their skin. It's our first time here, fantastic atmosphere as well. So as well as us, there are loads of other great people to swing by. But yeah, certainly swing by, have a chat, and we happily answer any questions you might have.
Wonderful. And we've got the weather to prove your point. We definitely need the sun cream today.
Vanessa, tell us about your 5 Actions campaign.
So this summer we really want people to connect to their local river and take action. So we've tried to make it as simple as possible for people to go out, learn more about their river, enjoy their river, and to also take some of the actions that would really benefit our rivers home into their gardens, into their homes. And yeah, the idea is we all know that our rivers are in trouble, but we also want people to not turn their backs on them. We want people to connect to their local river, and for the next month we want people to choose 5 actions, be there feeling more mindful about their river, connecting about the river, reflecting about how the river makes them feel, or to kind of look at, becoming a bit more savvy about pollution, like what are the different types of pollution, like what does it mean when I see my river is being polluted, what kind of action do I need to take, but also to kind of look at what kind of wildlife lives in my river, is it native, and to kind of really take the time to learn a little bit more about the river that you row on, that you swim on, that you walk, cycle next to, and it's really about building that connection and building that knowledge, and then taking that knowledge further into taking action.
How can clubs get connected, and indeed what's the benefit of doing so?
I think the idea is the more you know about your river, the more positive you feel about it, and I think the more you kind of get involved in it in your sport, the more you kind of enjoy your river. I think it is going to have a positive impact on your training, to kind of have that additional motivation to know, okay, this is what I can look out for during my training, these are the kind of species, and it's kind of building that curiosity, I think, into our rivers, and that's kind of what we want people to do a bit more, and to also get that kind of sense of stewardship, to get that feeling of, okay, this is something that I feel empowered to do, especially around pollution. Rowers are the eyes and ears of our rivers, so we really want rowers to kind of get that savviness, to get people involved, to get that savviness and to get involved, and speak up for their rivers and enjoy them as well.
And the condition of our rivers and waterways have even featured in our national politics of late, and it's something that's clearly very dear to your heart, Vanessa.
Yes, it is, and we've spoken to a couple of rowers today, and they mentioned that they have gotten sick, and it's just really it's saddening to hear. And I think the more we kind of keep these conversations going, and the more we kind of keep our rivers on our agenda, the more we're going to build a momentum for change. And for us as a local rivers charity, that then translates into action that we can take locally, that translates into conversation, that translates into projects that we can deliver for our rivers here on the ground in the Trent catchment.
How can people find out more?
So we do want anyone and everyone to get involved, and you can go to our website, trentriverstrust.org, search for Take 5 for Rivers, and download our booklet, and then log those 5 actions, use the hashtag Take 5 for Rivers, tag Trent Rivers Trust, and then we're building that momentum and that movement, and that's fantastic to hear. And we're very grateful for any rower that is going to join us.
Here's a fresh sample.
Science coordinator Soraya Wooler is showing Graham and Imogen how to test water quality on the riverbank at Henley-on-Thames.
Graham's going to be testing phosphate for us, and Imogen, you've got our nitrate.
High levels of nutrients like nitrates and phosphates are indicators of sewage and other pollution in waterways.
Wow, that's high, isn't it?
Anything above 1 milligram per litre of nitrate is having an impact on the ecosystem.
Right.
And likewise for grams, anything above 0.1 is having an impact. The two together are a sign of very poor and untreated sewage pollution.
Imogen, how do you feel about these results?
It's really quite high, and it looks so idyllic here, but it's a good reminder that not everything's good underneath the surface.
British Rowing is working with environmental charities including River Action, who are campaigning to improve Britain's rivers.
If you were to swim in the River Thames here now, there's a good chance you'd be ill. We've discovered that 10 times the permissible amounts of E. coli, a dangerous pathogen, are present in the waters right now. And this is because our rivers are full of sewage and agricultural manures.
Can you see things changing?
What we need to see is action. We are in a freshwater emergency in this country. We're running out of safe drinking water and recreational use of rivers and so on. We have putting our lives at risk and wildlife.
In Cambridge, college rowers are using tests for the first time. Their results show fairly low phosphate but very high nitrate levels.
Can you see the value of that then if we were doing these tests regularly, just as a sort of a warning sign?
I think it's good as rowers to go out knowing that it's going to be safe and not be worried that if you get splashed, you might get ill.
The data can be used by so many people, and hopefully we can find a way to be rowing on a nice clean river, and that would be really great.
It's a really good reminder of why we wash the boats, why we wash our hands, and why we're having to be really careful about using the river.
Well, that concludes the semi-final action. Let's get a word with one of our brilliant British rowing commentators, Fergus Mainland. Fergus, day 4 today, your reflections on what you've seen so far?
Well, I think day 4 is very much uncharted territories for us. I mean, when we've done junior championships before, 3 days, so 4 days now, I think they've been brilliant 3 days so far. I mean, the weather's been fantastic, which certainly helps. But I think each day of semi-finals, of minor finals, and then medal races, it's all been really close racing, which for me as a commentator has been brilliant to talk about.
Seniors and juniors together, how's that been?
I think it's been a really good addition to the racing programme. I mean, we had it a few years back, but I think to have it all back together again, it really makes the clubs feel like they're part of something bigger. And a lot of the clubs have been talking about how much they all support each other, the juniors and the seniors working together at their rivers or their lakes, wherever they're training up and down the country. And I think to actually see that on display here at the championships is a really great addition to the racing calendar.
And what about the atmosphere? There's been a lot of noise, a bit of almost a festival feel to it.
Yeah, I think, as I said, the weather certainly helps with that. I mean, what we've had, 23, 24 degrees of sunshine and everything. Loads of smiling faces around, lots of people coming and just enjoying the summer festivities, as you put it. And I think it's a real highlight to the end of the racing that we've had and everything. And everyone's enjoying it, which is, for us at British Rowing and all the volunteers taking part, is really great to see.
And we've got the minor and A and B finals still to come. What are you looking forward to this afternoon?
Well, I think it's all going to be 1,000-metre racing. We've got 50, 60 races, and they're going to be coming down the course at 4 or 5 minute intervals. And we saw it yesterday afternoon. The G14s, the G15s were so close. I mean, just a couple of lengths separating 6 crews, and I think we're going to see that all again today. And particularly looking forward to some of the quads racing, coming up to nearly 10, 11 years ago now. I raced the J15 quads as well, so that's always a good race that I like to keep an eye on as well.
Fergus, well done on your excellent commentary and to your team. You better go and get yourself ready. So it's binoculars out, headphones on, get yourself up the stairs, up into the commentary position as we head towards the last action of the afternoon. Let's rejoin our brilliant commentary team and hope Fergus has made it upstairs in time.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to our final day of the British Rowing Junior and Senior Club Championships. Welcome back to our coverage on Champs Live. I'm Fergus Mainland, alongside me for the next hour, taking you through some of the minor finals and a couple of semi-finals, as well is Ian Edmondson. All of our racing, of course, over 1,000 metres, and the first of our minor finals is now underway. We're starting with the Open J14 single sculls. Final G will be kicking off with a fully loaded roster. In lane 1, it is City of Sunderland, Brentford C in lane 2, Notts County Rowing Association B in 3, Tees Rowing Club in 4, Notts County A in lane 5, and Durham School in lane 6.
And it's great to see these guys racing in a G final. These might be sort of more minor finals, but these guys have earned the right to be here. There were elimination time trials this morning, and some guys haven't made it through. So everybody racing in these races has earned a right and going to have a crack at coming first over the line.
And I think if these minor finals are anything to go by what we've seen from the past couple of days, yesterday afternoon's 1,000-metre racing was full of incredibly tight finishes. They're keeping our finish judges on their toes in the photo booth just underneath us in the finish tower. But this race, the G final of the J14 single sculls, it's nearly halfway through at this stage. There are 6 scullers, very little separating them in the early stages of this race. We take a look down the course and we can see at the moment, probably over towards the left-hand side, perhaps in the middle of the course, are scullers from the likes of Durham School, Notts County, Tees, again the second of our Notts County scullers in lanes 3 and 4. Currently probably vying for the top position at the moment. If you're watching on our coverage at home, tuning in, supporting some of your teammates or club mates, hello, we hope you're enjoying our coverage. You'll be able to see the camera just panning around at the moment at the halfway mark. And Ian, I would say very, very close at this stage, nearly a blanket over the rest of the field, but perhaps only just a lead for Notts County and our A sculler from a lead for Durham School and a lead for our A sculler from Notts County.
Yeah, that was amazing when the camera panned around to level alongside. Everybody can see each other. I think you've probably got lane 4, maybe a length back, but everybody else was overlapping. So you can see the guys there taking a good look around. That's at Notts County, familiar with this water. Looks well in control there, doesn't he, a young lad? Kind of confident young man.
Yeah, just something we would look around checking at this point in the race whether or not any of his opponents are pushing on, because we're into the last 300 metres or so. We're already over halfway through this G final. It's flown down the course. So we're coming up to the last quarter of this race. 250 metres left to go, and it is still anyone's race at this stage. Any one of these scullers could win it. We said in the early stages the lead was with Kerr of Durham School, perhaps with Jarvis of Notts County, Norman of Notts County as well, still in the mix, but we're certainly not counting out the likes of Nagy of Brentford, their C sculler in lane 2, still going particularly strong. We've seen some fast finishes as well on the scoreboard side of the course, but at the moment still leading, but only just Durham School ahead of the 2 scullers from Notts County Rowing Association.
I think lane 1, if we have a little look, might start sneaking up. We've got a bit of a push from Allinson from City of Sunderland, so it's going to be neck and neck as they come into the Red Boys.
It certainly will be. So 100 metres left in this, our first minor final of day 4 of the British Rowing Junior and Senior Club Championships. We've talked so much in the first 750 metres of this race about the sculler from Durham School. That's Kerr on the left-hand side of your screen on the scoreboard side of this course. These scullers hurtling down towards the finish line. And just as we're talking about Durham School, well, let's talk again about the 2 scullers from Notts County Rowing Association. Both of those scullers are sprinting now. The rate is coming up. They are ferociously taking as many strokes as they possibly can, coming up to the line, sitting probably about a length back on Durham School, but in the middle of the course it's Norman of Notts County Rowing Association. He's made the biggest of the moves over the last 200 metres, and I think it's enough to put himself into the lead in this G final as we come up to the line. 50 metres to go for these scullers. What a move that is in the middle of the course from Norman of Notts County Rowing Association. Done enough to get himself ahead of Durham School as we're coming up to the line. Durham School just about holding on to second place. So quick finishing though from Tees Rowing Club. Anderson just pushes his bows ahead of Jarvis of Notts County. Then we'll have City of Sunderland crossing ahead of the C sculler from Brentford Rowing Club. And just like that, all 6 scullers across the line, quick as a flash.
That was great racing and very close finishing. They were within about 3 lengths of each other from first to third, so even if you came in sixth, then I think you can regard yourself as having had a successful race, and that everybody navigated the course well in within the boys.
So with a finish like that, we're certainly looking forward to see what the rest of the minor finals of the J14 singles has to offer. And we're already at the halfway point, 500 metres into the F final. Hinksey Sculling School in 1, Stratford upon Avon in 2, Trenton Boat Club in 3, Warrington in 4, Cambridge 99 through in lane 4, Warrington in 4, Cantabrigian in 5, and Brentford B in lane 6. And the lead at the moment, just half a second separating the crews from Warrington Rowing Club, your current race leader, and next to him in lane 5 it is Cantabrigian, and the shot at the moment on the screens is of Warrington Rowing Club, your race leader in this F final.
They're coming past halfway now and into the last 500. Who can maintain their blade work well enough? It looks like it's still Warrington in the lead, but I think Cantabs Woodard Cantabs is challenging for the place in lane 5, and then over in lane 1 and 2, having a good battle between them. You've got Hinksey Sculling School and Stratford on Avon probably vying for third.
Yeah, certainly two scullers at the moment, just starting to separate themselves from the rest of the chasing pack. Cantabrigian and Warrington, as Ian mentioned as well. We're keeping an eye on the far side. We'll keep an eye on Brentford as well, despite being on the far side of the course to Hinksey Sculling School. The two of them pretty close. Again, no more than a length separating the two of those at the moment. Brentford on screen at the moment, just looking to start winding up. We're coming into the last 200 metres already of this F final. Out in front, it is still Warrington, half a length or so ahead of Cantabrigian. And again, that race for third, fourth, fifth. A little bit of difficulty there for Brentford at the moment. Hopefully get himself back up and running as quickly as possible, because we're going to have another fast finishing race, particularly from Hinksey, from Stratford and from Trenton Boat Club.
We're into the last 200 metres now, and it's still Warrington in the lead. Got a comfortable length over Woodard at Cantabs in lane 5. Cantabrigian Boat Club. And coming up to third place is now Trenton Edmondson, my namesake, in lane 3. Looking like he might just challenge for the third place here, but not letting him go is Shaw from Stratford on Avon in lane 2. This is going to be a close battle.
Certainly is close. Well, up to the line, it's a nice clear water provisional win for Warrington. Ince of Warrington, who will finish ahead of Woodard of Cantabrigian. Then it will be the scullard from Stratford upon Avon, a length or so up. He's delighted with that performance, through in third place, up on Trenton Boat Club, who will be followed by win of Hinksey Sculling School. And then rounding out this F final will be the B sculler from Brentford.
Yeah, close coming up. Behind is the next minor final, E final of the Open Junior 14 single sculls. In lane 1, Berwick Rowing Club A, lane 2, Northampton, lane 3, Rob Roy, lane 4, Cambridge 99, lane 5, Durham School, and lane 6, Trafford. We've come through the halfway now. We've got Durham School leading. Very, very close behind is Rob Roy, but it's another close race.
Another close race, as we see so much with these racing over 1,000 metres. When you compare that to some of the 2K races we saw some of the older athletes doing yesterday, it removes probably the toughest part of the race. Get rid of the second 500 where you start to settle, the dreaded third 500 where all the pain starts to kick in. Really, you've got the two best parts, the start and then your sprint finish, all wrapped up into one race. So then we've reached that sprint stage of this race. We've reached the climax of this E final. And we've still got our eyes on the left-hand side of the screen, on the scoreboard side of the score. So we're looking again at Durham School, a really successful row for them just a couple of races ago, looking to repeat that again in the E final. This is Graham of Durham School currently leading this field. Perhaps he's got a little bit of open water ahead of the scullers from Cambridge 99 and Stacey of Rob Roy Boat Club. The two of them, the best of the rest at the moment. But just as we say that, we're starting to see Northampton and Berwick wind up for the line, starting to close that gap that Rob Roy and Cambridge 99s had on them. Again, we're coming up to the line. The advantage still with Durham School, but Ian, this is going to be incredibly close for second, third and fourth.
And it's just about who sprints the hardest. They're all up into this sprint now. Cambridge 99 is not letting go. Cambridge 99 in second place, but can they get up to the leading boat? Durham School is just going to hold on, and the half a length lead, or less than half a length win. Durham School, Cambridge 99 second, coming into third, and Northampton managed to squeeze past Rob Roy in the last few metres, and then Berwick on the near side, and then just coming over the line is Trafford Running Club. Really another amazing race.
Outstanding racing in these minor finals for our G14 scullers. Next up, of course, we follow a pattern here. We keep it nice and simple. It'll be the D final. At the moment, they're just getting attached, so we can have a little bit of a breather after some phenomenal finishes in these single sculls racing. But next up, it will be the D final of the G14 single sculls.
So the D final is just coming off the state boats in a moment. Lane 1, Durham School. Lane 2, Derwent A. Lane 3, Buell Bridge B. Lane 4, Shrewsbury School B. Lane 5, Tees Rowing Club A. And Lane 6, Lambton B. And they're into action, away from the start cleanly.
So this D final, quick maths in the commentary tower tells me this will be for positions 19 through 24 rankings in the G14 single sculls. As we said already this morning, brilliant to have racing right the way through to a G final, fully loaded races all the way through there. So many of these scullers racing. You are all very welcome. Delighted to have you all here at the British Rowing Junior and Senior Club Championships. And those 6 scullers at the moment are well through the opening quarter of this race. More than 250 metres done. Again, just 1,000 metres that they are racing. So they'll be down here. And we'll be able to see them in just a minute or two's time. As the camera starts to pan round, again, the advantage looks to be perhaps ever so slightly with our sculler over on the far side of the course. Lambton very much in the mix at this stage. Going with them as well in lanes, I think 2 and 3, it looks to be Derwent, Buellbridge and perhaps Shrewsbury School as well in the mix. But we'll get a better view as the camera pans around.
There we are, here's the halfway mark. And it's lane 2. Derwent Rowing Club in the lead, followed by Buellbridge in lane 3. Close behind is Durham School, their third sculler, Durham School A.
Again, just a little look across there from Gestoppa of Derwent Rowing Club, just checking out where his competition is, just making sure they're exactly where he wants them and they're not sneaking up as they can often do on the far side of the course. But a cracking row so far from Derwent to be in the lead of this race. We're coming into the last 300 metres or so there. The shot there at the moment of Simpson of Durham School. He's in lane 1, sitting a length or so back on Derwent Rowing Club, who is 1 lane across from him. That race for those top 3 positions probably between Derwent, between Durham School and between Buellbridge in lanes 1, 2 and 3 respectively. No lane 4, no Shrewsbury School in this minor final, so it means over on the far side Tees and Lambton. That is Morley of Tees Rowing Club on screen at the moment, just having a little tussle between the two of themselves. Let's see if that race can bring themselves back into the mix with some of these other races. But your 2 leaders at the moment, we've talked about Gestoppa of Derwent Rowing Club, Rainbird of Buellbridge. They're your 2 leaders at the moment. It looks to be just about stroke for stroke with 200 metres left in this D final. Again, another incredibly competitive race here. The advantage perhaps just with Derwent Rowing Club, but the momentum at the moment is with Rainbridge, and that's what we're looking for. We're looking to see how much of that momentum Buell Bridge can muster and gather up with 100 metres or so left, and it does look like momentum is working in the favour of Buell Bridge, because it looks like in the past 5, 6 or so strokes they've managed to move in front and move into the leading position in this D final. Buell Bridge are now leading the field. What a spectacular move in the last 100 metres from Buell Bridge, out to nearly clear water advantage over the rest of the field. Let's see what the rest of the scullers can do. We talked about that race on the far side. Lambton Rowing Club moving up very quickly as well. Now up on Tees Rowing Club, perhaps closing the gap on the likes of Buell Bridge. But on the line it will be Buell Bridge. A very quick finish from Lambton Rowing Club, but it won't quite be enough. It will be Derwent just crossing ahead in second, but oh so close between Durham School and Lambton for third and fourth place, with Tees Rowing Club very close behind in fifth position.
On the course now is, I believe, the C final. Yeah, actually, we're due to have a J14 double sculls, girls double scull, shortly, but at the moment it's the final C final, the last of the J14 scullers coming down. In the lead, Marlow Rowing Club. Out there, Buckley from Marlow looking confidently ahead, able to look back on the other scullers there. And Hammock from Inverness in lane 2 alongside, just in shot. Again, good length from Marlow sculler. Managed to maintain some good pace on the boat. See if he can stay ahead of challenge from lane 1 as well. Guildford Rowing Club in lane 1.
So here we go then, 250 metres left in this C final of the J14 single sculls. 5 boats, we were due to have 6, but 5 boats contesting this one. Guildford in 1, Inverness in 2, Marlow 3, Leeds in 5, and Globe Rowing Club in 6. The lead still, as Ian was saying, the lead is still with Marlow Rowing Club. Buckley of Marlow moving up to about a length or so ahead of the sculler from Inverness. That's Hammock of Inverness. But again, on the far side of the course, we've got to keep an eye on Globe Rowing Club. Again, perhaps another fast finish. We saw an incredible sprint finish in our previous D final from Lambton. Maybe we'll see the same again from Globe Rowing Club. But out in front, we're coming up to the red boys. Just over 100 metres left in this C final. The racing for positions 13 through 18 in the J14 single sculls ranking. Marlow Rowing Club, but that sprint that we wondered might come from Globe Rowing Club, well, it is coming. Globe Rowing Club have now hit the red boys, perhaps closing down the gap. It's a really quick finish from Globe Rowing Club. The rate in that single scull from Wilmot is just going through the roof at the moment. Inverness and Marlow racing to see if they can hold off that charge that is coming. We've got about 50 metres left, 5 or 6 big strokes left for these scullers. Marlow Rowing Club led for so much, but as we're coming up to the line, little blade caught getting from Globe Rowing Club, but it's going to be so close. It's going to be so close on the line. That sprint was epic from Globe, but it won't quite be enough. Marlow Rowing Club will hold on in this lead. I think Inverness will just cling on for second position as well, with Globe a mighty, mighty sprint, but we'll have to settle for third place in this C final. And then rounding out will be Stevenson of Guildford, just a length up on Dent of Leeds Rowing Club.
So on the course now is that Women's Junior 14 double sculls. This is a semi-final in lane 1. Notts County Rowing Association, lane 2. Their neighbours at Nottingham Union Rowing Club, lane 3. George Watson's, lane 4. Maidenhead, lane 5. Composite of Camas and Chesterley Street, and lane 6. Buell Bridge. Sorry, that's the wrong roll call. That was the roll call of the next race. Actually, what we've got now is coming up to halfway is Trent Rowing Club in lane 3 is a length ahead of St Ives in lane 1 and Henley Rowing Club in lane 4. Pretty much neck and neck for second place. Finalising the roll call, you've got Hicksey Sculling School in lane 2, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association in lane 5, and City of Bristol in lane 6.
Trent Rowing Club just going out of shot. Then coming into shot, it is Hampton of Hinksey Sculling School at the moment. These crews are well into the third quarter of this race, about 300 metres left in this first semi-final of the women's G14 double sculls. So it will be the first 3 from this final will be progressing through to an A final. So that's the main objective. Get yourself into a top 3 and then you'll be racing for medals later on today. So at the moment in that top position, it is still Trent Rowing Club in the middle of the course. They've had a wonderful opening 800 metres or so of this race. The question is, can they hang on to that top position? Of course, it's the top 3 that will be progressing through. So at the moment, St Ives Rowing Club looking good in second place, closest to the finishing tower on the right hand side of your screen. And as well, we've got our eyes on the likes of Henley Rowing Club, and again fast finishing on the far side of the course, City of Bristol pushing themselves up into contention, probably looking like they're going to be snatching one of those final qualification spots. It looks like Aberdeen as well, again sprinting for the line. St Ives doing all they can to hold on to second place. Ian, as we come up to the line, Trent Rowing Club have the advantage, but it is still all to play for second and third.
Yeah, this is going to go down to the wire between St Ives in lane 1, Henley in lane 4 and City of Bristol in lane 6. And who can sprint the hardest? It's definitely lane 1 and lane 4, Henley and St Ives probably, but there's good long length strokes in City of Bristol, and they're keeping boat speed. So up to the line, it's our winners. Second place was Henley Rowing Club, third. We couldn't call it. It's going to go down to the wire. Wait for the official results between St Ives and City and Bristol. So George Watson's well done. We're through to the semi-final. Sorry, Trent through to the semi-final. Waiting for confirmation of the final 2 places.
So we'll keep an eye on the big scoreboard and bring you that once we've got the results coming through. But the next of those semi-finals is on the course. They're coming up to the 500 metre marker. Quick roll call. It is Notts County in 1, Nottingham Union in 2, George Watson's College in 3, Maidenhead Rowing Club in 4. We've got a composite of Camas and Chesterley Street in 5, and Buell Bridge are in lane 6. So there we can see on screen, if you're watching the live stream, it is George Watson's College and the crew from Maidenhead, your 2 leaders at the moment. George Watson's in pole position. They're sitting just a couple of seconds or so up on Buell Bridge in lane 6. But again, from position 1 through to position 6, just 7 seconds, no more than 2 or 3 boat lengths between all 6 of these crews at the moment. Our camera riding with the race leaders, riding with George Watson's College as we're coming into the last 350 metres of this semi-final. Again, same as before, we're looking for the top 3 crews to head through to the A final later on today. The remainder will be heading to the B final. So mission 1, objective 1, get yourself into one of those top 3 positions, and then you'll be racing for those medals later on today. So at the moment, doing that, it is still George Watson's College, but either side of them, we know we've got a quick crew from Maidenhead. Nottingham and Union looking particularly good as well, but the northern composite from Camas and Chesterley Street could still be in with a shout of potentially that second or third place position. On screen there, Maidenhead Rowing Club, second place at the moment. But Ian, I think at the moment my eyes are looking towards the likes of Nottingham and Union in lane number 2 at the moment. They're starting their sprint finish. We've got about 200 metres left to go, and it is still all to play for in this second semi-final.
Nottingham Union, George Watson's in lane 3 as well. George Watson's got their neck slightly ahead. Can they hold them off in the sprint? So now the rates are starting to come up. Some good clean rowing in that George Watson's crew, but equally Nottingham Union not letting them go. And how much can Maidenhead push now? This is going to go down to the wire, and the last Red Boys, the last 100 metres, here we go.
Goodness gracious, what a finish we're in for in this second semi-final. George Watson's had the lead, but that lead has absolutely evaporated in the last 100 metres of this race. It's going to be a blanket finish for the rest of the field. The Northern Composite going quick at the moment. Buell Bridge going well. George Watson's College, one final surge from them as we're coming up to the finish line. It's still neck and neck. George Watson's and perhaps the Northern Composite of Chesterley Street, perhaps 1 and 2, but a photo finish required there. Buell Bridge maybe third place, with perhaps Maidenhead being pushed into 4th position. What a finish in this semi-final. We're starting to see some of the times come through there on screen, but we'll wait for the official results to come through from our timing team. But again, unbelievable racing here at the British Rowing Junior and Senior Club Championships.
You could just see what they've put into that. The Chesterley Street Composite really made a difference in those last few boys. They've really taken it out of them, but it might just have worked. It's put them through into the final to race later today. And on the subject of final, the last heat, they went through. Trent Rowing Club went through in first position, comfortably ahead of Henley, and then it was City of Bristol that just pipped St Ives for that final third spot in the final of the J14 women's double sculls.
Yeah, just 0.3 of a second between City of Bristol A and St Ives. Very, very close on the line. And we're expecting some more close finishes as we move from our singles and our doubles up to quads. We're moving to the Open J14 Coxed quads. Their minor finals. We're starting with Final E, and that final is just getting attached at the moment. Racing this will be Trenton Boat Club, the B crew from Royal Grammar School High Wycombe, Sir William Borley's as Grammar School, and Queen's Park High School. Those crews, as we said, just getting attached onto the state boats. They're halfway up the course at the moment. They're at the 1,000 metre marker. Not quite sitting forward, not quite ready to go. I think the last of our crews just getting attached looks to be Sir William Borley's as Grammar School, just passing their bows to the state boat holder. So we will be bringing you that race in just a minute or two's time once the crews are under starters orders. Welcome back to Champs Live. We are underway with the E-final of the Open J14 Cox Quads. All of these crews were in action this morning, deciding who's going to be racing in the semi-finals, in these minor finals as well. And all of the crews have got a side-by-side race. 4 of them are racing at the moment. Trenton Boat Club in lane 1, the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe's B crew in 3, Sir William Borley's Grammar School in 4, and Queen's Park High School in lane 5. At the moment, we do have one clear leader through the opening quarter of this race, so about 250 metres in, and the lead is with that crew in 1. It is with Trentham Boat Club. They have absolutely blasted out of the start at the moment. They've got at least 2-3 lengths over the rest of the field at the moment. Time will tell as to whether this was just a tactic to perhaps unsettle some of their rivals, or whether or not they just thought they'd have a blast out of the blocks and see how they get on. But at the moment, it is working for them. They are head and shoulders ahead of the rest of the field. But that leaves a bit of a tussle, Ian, between the likes of the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe, who are probably sat in second place, Sir William Borley's and Queen's Park High School in second, third and fourth respectively.
Yeah, sculling well, strong into a slight headwind there. Trenton Boat Club looking really good, able to look back and comfortably feel in control compared to their competitors. But the other 3, they're in a battle. They'll come through into shot in a moment. I would say it's Royal Grammar School High Wycombe, probably got their noses in front of William Borley School, and then Queen's Park High, and they're pretty much neck and neck as the camera pans back round. Here we are coming into shot. Here are the 3 crews. Some of these guys, this will probably be their first row at the championships. Oh, there's a little bit of a shipwreck, but they're getting it back together. Here we are. This is what it takes when you're first time round at a championships, first time multi-lane racing. You've got to cope with these challenges. The boys, the crab that one of your crewmates might have. How do you respond and how do you get back? And these guys have got it back together. They've kept their momentum on the boat and they haven't lost their place. So well done at the high school, Royal Grammar School High Wycombe crew. Anything can happen, so let's keep watching.
Well, further up the course, coming to the red boys, 100 metres left for Trenton Boat Club in the E-final. This is the first of our minor finals of the J14 Cox Quads, and Trenton Boat Club have had a wonderful row through so far. They'll be really enjoying these last 100 metres or so. They will be coming up to the line, and barring any disasters, will be winning this E-final. An outstanding row from these boys. Very excited to see what they can do in the coming months and into the new season as well. But again, further back down the course, that is a thrilling contest that is starting to unfold between the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe, between Sir William Borley's and Queen's Park High School. There we go though, up to the line. It is a win in this E-final for Trenton Boat Club. Cracking row from those lads, but our attention turns back down to that 3-way tussle that we've got at the moment. RGS High Wycombe are still leading, but then neck and neck, no more than probably about a canvas or so separating Borley's from Queen's Park High School. They're into the red boys, 100 metres left, perhaps 10, 12 big strokes left to see them through over the finish line. It is still RGS High Wycombe though. They're sitting about a length up on the rest of the field. So despite the crab, they've been able to recover remarkably well, and Ian are leading this 3-way tussle for second, third and fourth.
Anything can happen. It's still some strokes to go here. How are they going to hold on? Looks like the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe are going to make it. They're coming up to the line, and they kept the line a good length and a bit ahead. And the battle for third place is going to be won by William Borley School, just finished just over a length ahead of Queen's Park High School, and they're all cleanly through the finish line. Well done, boys. That was a tussle. You were in a battle. Hope you enjoyed the race. Back down at the start will be the D final for the Junior 14 Cox Quads, and you can see there's still some attachment to do. This is the challenge you have to get used to when you're new to multi-lane racing. So we have 5 crews now attached, with the 6th crew in lane 2 has found themselves in an awkward position. That's going to take some repositioning from the starters, so we're going to be a few minutes before this race gets ahead. So Fergus, tell us what it's like attaching your nerves. You haven't been before, you're coming down to a championship, you've got crews on one side, crews on another, somebody else behind telling you what to do. But how do you feel at this moment?
I think, as you said, you've just got to trust in the training that you've done up to this point in the race. Perhaps, yeah, a few nerves floating around, but they're good. It means you care about the race that you're coming up to do. But you'll know that as soon as the umpire and the starter says attention, go, all of those feelings will be gone, because the most important thing is getting sure that that first stroke out of the blocks is as clean as possible to start your race. So that's what these lads will be thinking about at the moment, just making sure their blades will be buried when the time comes, and they can just get a really good squeeze on the legs out of the starting blocks.
So what's it like then when you're in the course? So you have a race plan, you have something in your mind, and things go wrong. Things don't quite go to plan, and you've got emotions running through you. You're trying to do something yourself, but you've got crewmates doing something else. How do you deal with this?
Well, I think these lads are in the fortunate position that they're in a Cox boat, so all they'll have to do is just keep calm, listen to the instructions that the Cox will be telling them, passing them down the crew, because they'll be the one who can just reset everything. Just take a little moment, because just taking that little moment just to perhaps reset a blade or get yourself back onto a seat, depending on what's happened to your crew, is just more important than getting a little bit flustered, start panicking a little bit. So listen to the Cox, listen to their instructions that they're telling you, and then you'll be back up and running as quickly as possible. As we've said, though, we're just waiting for the remainder of our crews to get attached at the moment. So this D final will be contested by the B crew from Wallingford Kingston Rowing Club. Just getting attached at the moment. Royal Grammar School, High Wycombe A. We've just seen their B crew. We'll get to see their A crew in action now. Marlow Rowing Club as well. Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association B crew, and Stratford upon Avon. They're racing in the D final of the J14 Cox Quads, and that is coming up in a few minutes' time.
Can you start off by introducing yourself and letting us know what you're doing here today?
Yeah, of course. I'm Jono, one of the 3 co-founders of Life Jacket, and we are the official skin protection partners of British Rowing.
Can you tell us more about Life Jacket? What is the brand? What's your product?
So as a brand, our mission is to halt the increase in skin cancer by raising awareness of the risks of skin damage and helping people better understand the facts. And to that end, we've got a range of products for people to use, whether or not they're in the water, on the water, clothing, anything along those lines to keep skin safe all year round.
We're really excited about your partnership with British Rowing. Why do you think British Rowing and Life Jacket is such a good fit?
Well, to be honest with you, anyone that's outdoors and active, doing what they love, be that a hobby, professionally, even occupationally, needs to be taking care of their skin. Partnering with British Rowing was such an obvious fit for us, because you've got a group of individuals that are outside, again, doing what they love. But not only that, water is a great multiplier of UVs. So as well as getting hit on the way down, the reality is you get hit on the way back up as well. So partnering with British Rowing seems a really natural fit to meet their members and community.
And so for members of the community and anyone who might be listening to this or watching this, maybe thinking about coming down over the next few days, what can they do if they come to your stand?
Well, we've got a range of products here. We had a dermatologist with us earlier on today performing free skin checks. That's really important to us, that we get people thinking, looking at their skin. It's our first time here, fantastic atmosphere as well. So as well as us, there are loads of other great people to swing by. But yeah, certainly swing by, have a chat, and we happily answer any questions you might have.
Wonderful. And we've got the weather to prove your point. We definitely need the sun cream today.
And we're back to the action. We've got this J14 Cox Quads race underway. This is the D final. Lane 1, Wallingford. Lane 2, Kingston Rowing Club. Lane 3, Royal Grammar School, High Wycombe. Again, like that A crew. Lane 4, Marlow Rowing Club, lane 5, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, and lane 6, Stratford-on-Avon.
Through the opening quarter of this race, 250 metres already done and dusted. And at the moment our attention does look to be drawn to the crew in lane 4. That is Marlow Rowing Club. Going with them alongside them, the A crew from RGS High Wycombe. Their B crew, of course, second place finishers in the E final, the race that we have just witnessed. So their A crew, of course, looking to finish perhaps one position higher. They're going for the win in this final. And they're right where they want to be if they're going for that win. Up there in the mix with Marlow Rowing Club. The camera just panning around will tell you the margins, but it looks like Marlow Rowing Club have the advantage through the halfway point, yet probably sitting just about neck and neck, stroke for stroke between these two J14 quads. And actually the camera would suggest that lead is with the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe. No more than half a canvas or so separating those two crews. They've got clear water, but next up through the timing position will be Wallingford Rowing Club. And then over on the far side of the course, the likes of Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association very much still in the mix with Stratford and Kingston.
So we're getting into the final part of the course. Which of these guys are going to stay held together? I think we've got some good rowing from Marlow and the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe crew. This is on screen now. You've got a good aggressive stroke man there looking to push his crew on. Marlow know they're in a race. That's going to go down to the wire, those first two crews.
Yeah, it certainly will. And of course, a couple of other races on the course we'll keep an eye on within this wider final. That race for third place at the moment is looking like it's between Wallingford in 1, Kingston in 2, and then over on the far side, Aberdeen Schools in 5, Stratford-upon-Avon in 6. Again, half a length between those four crews as we're coming into the last 250 metres. Out in front though, they're just pulling away this separate private match they're having between each other. The RGS High Wycombe and Marlow Rowing Club continue to pull away from the rest of the field at the moment. Momentum still with RGS High Wycombe. High Wycombe have the advantage as we come up to the finish line, but let's see what sort of a finish Marlow Rowing Club can muster as we're coming up to the Red Boys.
It's going to be down to who wants it most. It looks like at the moment it's the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe that really wanted. The stroke man is really pulling that crew down the course, but there's a tidy crew next to them, that Marlow crew sculling well. If they can get the rate up, they can push through. There's only a canvas in it for the final 50 metres. High Wycombe, the Grammar School, look like they're going to hold on.
A really strong performance there from Royal Grammar School High Wycombe. Their A-boat comes through to provisionally take first place in this D final. They'll be followed by Marlow Rowing Club, just under a length back on the crew from Wycombe. Next up, a really strong last 200 metres from Aberdeen School. See them pull up into third place. They'll finish ahead of Kingston Rowing Club, who are about 3/4 of a length up on Wallingford Rowing Club, and again just Stratford-upon-Avon half a length back on Wallingford as we come up to the finish line, rounding out this D final.
That was some really close racing at the end there. Kingston did really well to push through in that battle for fourth place, but it was good racing. Fifth and sixth overlapping. That's some great racing. Well done, boys. Back up at the start. Off the start cleanly is the C final of the Cox to J14 quads. Just passed out of the blocks, Oxford City in lane 1, Clare's Court B in lane 2, Infinity from up in Stockton-on-Tees in lane 3, Brentford in lane 4, Leeds Rowing Club in lane 5, Notson Union in lane 6. This is going to be a battle for 13th place in the J14 Cox quads, and it looks pretty neck and neck. These have all gone through a time trial, so there will be a similar speed, and it's going to be a case of who wants it most and who can execute cleanly the best when it comes to the side-by-side racing. So time trial's one thing, side-by-side racing's another, and who can hold it together and put the best race together when it matters.
So at the moment, executing that race plan pretty much perfectly in their eyes, I imagine, is Infinity Boat Club in lane 3. They will go through the halfway point with the lead at the moment, but it'll be a slender lead. It won't be by much, just has been the case with the rest of the racing we've seen over the past half an hour or so. Going with them though, it will be the crew in lane 5 from Leeds Rowing Club. There we see it, Leeds sitting just under 2 seconds back. Nottingham and Union well in the mix as well for 3rd place over on the scoreboard side of the course. But there on screen are current race leaders, Infinity Boat Club, just rating a little bit higher than the rest of their opposition, trying to get as many strokes in as they possibly can, and it's a strategy that is working well for them as we're coming up to the last 300 metres or so. Clares Court School now coming into shot again, frantically going up and down the slides to get as many strokes in as they can. They've just got to keep themselves level. They've got to keep their calm and their composure in the last 200 metres, because it's going to be another ferocious sprint to the line if it's anything like we've seen before. We've seen such incredible finishes, fast finishes, and we've seen leads been changing. 2-3 lengths have been found as crews are coming up to the line. But 150 metres to go then. Let's see what this C final has to offer. Infinity Boat Club are still leading and still continuing to pull away from the rest of the field at the moment. Going with them though, that crew in lane 2, Clares Court School, starting to move up into contention with the likes of Leeds Rowing Club and with Nottingham and Union, but perhaps Notts and Union dropping back ever so slightly. We'll keep an eye on Brentford BC if they can overcome Notts and Union in the last 150 metres of this race. But coming up to the line then, Infinity Boat Club, just over 100 metres left to go. Very well orchestrated race plan from them. Looks like they will manage to steer clear of the charging crews from behind them, but charging with such passion and with such purpose at the moment is Leeds Rowing Club and Clares Court School. Let's see what those two crews can do with just 50 metres left to go in this C final of the J14 quads. We're coming up for another belter on the line. Infinity Boat Club have got to be careful. That lead that they had is closing down every single stroke at the moment, because we have an incredibly fast finishing crew from Leeds Rowing Club. Infinity had the advantage of about just over a length. Leeds now have overlap, but Infinity will hold on as we're coming up to the line. Leeds with clear water over the rest of the field. Thank goodness for them, because it's a fast finish from Notts and Union. They will hold off Clares Court School. Clares Court close to about half a length or so. Then it will be Brentford, and then City of Oxford will round out this C final of the J14 quads.
No time to catch your breath. There's another race coming down the course, so we're into a different boat class next. The J15 double sculls. Well done, Infinity Boat Club. That's some good clean racing in the quads. So back up the course in lane 1, Bedford Rowing Club. Lane 2, Marlow Rowing Club C crew. In lane 3, Brentford Rowing Club A. Lane 4, Leeds Rowing Club B. Lane 5, Kingston Rowing Club B. And lane 6, Maidenhead Rowing Club B. As they came through the halfway mark, it was Maidenhead over in lane 6, looking pretty tidy, and with nearly a length lead over Leeds in lane 4 and Brentford in lane 3.
Again, in this minor final, the leads are chopping and changing. It seems to be just about every other stroke there's a new leader in this race, but at the moment, 150 metres left to go. It is Brentford their A crew in this event, out in front, leading the field at the moment. Looks like they've taken over that position from Maidenhead Rowing Club, but Maidenhead aren't just going to hand it over. Maidenhead going to keep fighting right the way to the line. Again, going with them. We just talked about Leeds Rowing Club. We're going to do it again just now. Their quad had a fast finish. Let's see what their double can do now. 100 metres to go in this G final of the J15 double sculls. It's going to be another frantic finish from these crews. Brentford have gone up another gear. Maidenhead have found something else on the far side of the course. Leeds Rowing Club, what have they got to offer? Brentford had the advantage, but perhaps as we're coming up to the line, it's back with Maidenhead Rowing Club. What an amazing finish from the boys from Maidenhead. Brentford had the advantage, but perhaps Brentford now coming back up to the line. The lead has changed again on the finish line. It is Brentford. Canvas or so up on Maidenhead, up on Leeds themselves. And again, right up to the line, another close call. It's going to be close between Marlow and between Kingston Rowing Club. Marlow half a length up on Kingston themselves, a length up on Bedford Rowing Club. Another frantic finish here. And that was the G final of the J15 doubles.
And up is the next final, the F final of the J15 double sculls. Already on the course, already coming up to the halfway mark. Lane 1 Notts and Union, Lane 2 Evesham Rowing Club, Lane 3 Hereford, Lane 4 Queen's Park High School A, Lane 5 Windsor Boys, Lane 6 Queen Elizabeth High School. And as we're coming up to see the camera shot at halfway, it looks like Queen's Park High School A are in the lead, but it's neck and neck. It's pretty close. You've got all close. All boats have got somebody to follow, somebody to latch onto, and that lead can change as it has done in the other races.
At Queen's Park High School at the moment, a slim lead they've got over the rest of the field, just over a second or so, so haven't quite been able to break clear from the Windsor Boys School. Worth noting, this is the F crew from the Windsor Boys crew. So 6 double sculls Windsor have entered across the J15 double sculls. Fantastic to see so much depth on display. But they are fighting it out for first place at the moment. Our 2 crews on screen at the moment. Queen's Park High School just in the background. In the foreground, the crew in lane 3 is Hereford Rowing Club. A lot of success, a lot of finals for Hereford over the weekend, and again they're in another one just now, the F final of the J15 double sculls. Again, if you have been stewed on the banks, if you have just about gathered your breath, well, thank goodness, because you're going to be holding it again in about 20 or 30 seconds time, as these crews have got the last 150 metres left in their F final. Again, this is going to be another absolute barn burner coming up to the line. Queen's Park High School having led for so much, but now we're starting to see a sprint come. A bit of a surge is coming from the Windsor Boys School. Something's also coming from Queen Elizabeth High School in their bright yellow boat. Nice and easy to spot from up here in the finish tower. Windsor Boys School, though, they're finishing hard. Long, powerful strokes there. Ian, this is going to be so close coming up to the line.
Yeah, and there's a Notts and Union crew in lane 1 that's raising the game as well and is looking to challenge those top 2 crews. But those first couple of crews, everybody's sprints into sprint mode now.
Well, here we go then. Queen's Park High School, they've got about 5 strokes to go if they're going to hold off the charge from the Windsor boys. But Windsor are coming. Windsor have stepped on one more time. It's going to be close coming up to the line. Queen's Park High School will hold on though. Windsor have closed them to about half a length as we come up to the finish line. Then it will be the fast finishing crew from Queen Elizabeth High School. In the middle of the course, it will be Hereford Rowing Club through in 4th place. And that sprint finish we're seeing there from Notts and Union will see them through in 5th place over Evesham Rowing Club in lane 2.
Notts and Union actually left their lane out into lane 0 as the last few strokes missed the camera over the finish line, but was made it home cleanly. And it's a white flag from the umpire. And that was the F final of the J15 double sculls. So the camera's on the start line here, ready for the E-final of the J15 doubles, and those watching on screen can just see the effects of the wind and a crew not quite being on top of it when in case of alignment, and lane 2 has been blown out of position again. So there's going to be a few minutes before we start this next race. The rest of the crews have to stay alert and make sure they keep tapping as needed, as the wind is a slight crosshead that's blowing. It's pretty much head, but there's occasional gusts that blow over and can knock you out of position. It's been a steady breeze, probably the strongest wind we've had over the 4 days of the championships, but still pretty fair racing. It's been great to see. It's been a good course, good weather, everybody enjoying being part of this club atmosphere, everybody taking advantage of the event village down by the finish tower. Some great spectacle of the club tents in the last 250 metres lining the bank. Some clubs you wouldn't normally see, some smaller clubs alongside the big clubs, and those experienced hospitality providers at some of these schools that are used to laying out their spreads on the riverbank. So just while we're waiting for this race, we'll get another short VT on some of our sustainability initiatives.
Rachel, tell us why sustainability is important.
So sustainability is important so that as a sport we can start to reduce our impact on our environment, and also take care of the waters and the surrounding countryside where we're rowing. So we're obviously very close to the water. It is our kind of lifeblood as a sport, so we want to take care of it.
And tell us how clubs can do more to be sustainable.
So some of the things that clubs can do are, first of all, start to reduce their own water consumption. So that might be by using buckets instead of hoses to wash down the boats, take shorter showers, which I know doesn't necessarily go down well, but also being aware of moving invasive species, so cleaning boats before you move from one watercourse to another. And then there are other kind of areas like writing to your MP. So on our website there's a kind of standard template linking through to the Rivers Trust where it's possible to do that. Again, raising awareness with the new government, helping push it up the agenda, and that all reaps dividends on our sort of Clean Waters campaign. And we do have a Thriving Waters scheme, which is going to help clubs that would like to test the water to know what they're rowing on. Is it clean, or what's in there? Also to do litter picks. So we partnered with the Rivers Trust, who do litter picks and also balsam bashing and various activities along the local rivers. Look at the kind of invasive species. So sometimes floating penny wort is a big issue for some clubs. And through this scheme we can help fund some initiatives to help manage that, so that we can keep the rivers and canals and other watercourses open. It's all about collaboration. So we're a sport, but as one sport we can do a certain amount, we can do a much larger amount through collaborations, reaching to the community, and we can help clubs to do that. We also have our Clean Water Sports Alliance, which we formed a few months ago with other water sports. There are 7 of us all together. So that's another way in which we can come kind of bigger than ourselves, if you like.
I can feel your passion for this subject. How can people find out more?
So people can find out more if they go to the British Rowing website /sustainability, and we've got lots of resources and links there, and a link through to our Thriving Water scheme. So we would urge you to kind of apply, express interest in projects you would like to do. The deadline's the 1st of September, so once this event is over, plenty of time to kind of put a few words together of projects you might like to do. But British Rowing /sustainability.
Welcome back to Champs Live. Our race on the course at the moment is the E-final of the J15 double sculls, coming up to the halfway point. So William Boylays Grammar School in 1, Hartbury University and College B in 2, Walbrook Rowing Club B in C, Brentford D in 4, Boylays B crew in 5, and Marlow Rowing Club, their A crew, in lane 6. So we are through that halfway point, 500 metres left, and it's a slender lead. It's so often been a slender lead for our crews in these minor finals racing 1,000 metres, but the advantage is with Marlow Rowing Club over on the far side of the course. Then we've got the first of our crews from Boylays. This is their B crew actually, so their B crew pipping their E crew at the moment, with Brentford, Walbrook and the other Boylays crew following in behind. Although having taken you through all of those timings, that's already taken up another 150 metres of racing. It is thick and fast at the moment. We've got 300 metres left to go, but at the moment still the advantage with Marlow Rowing Club, but we're certainly going to be keeping an eye on the likes of Brentford and Walbrook. Perhaps some fast finishing coming in the middle of the course.
Over on lane 1, William Boylays A, also making a challenge. It's coming up to the last 200 metres now. We've got lane 1, William Walbrook, William Boylays, lane 3, Walbrook Rowing Club, lane 4, Brentford, lane 5, William Boylays B. These are all contending. Marlow Rowing Club still in the hunt as well. Who's going to hold it together as we get into the final sprint in the last 200 metres?
Right then, here we go. Red Boy time, 100 metres left to go. Let's see if that momentum that Boylays in lane 1, see if they can continue it right the way to the line. They've got to be careful. Just tussling a little bit with the boys in their last few strokes. On the far side though, we go from one side to the other. We go back to Marlow Rowing Club. Held the advantage for so much of this race, but again, fast finishing. We said it might happen. Well, it is. Brentford, Walbrook, lane 4, lane 3, coming up to the line. They are motoring through the second of our Boylays' crew. Boylays 1 haven't quite got enough to catch them. Up to the line though, 1 length back, 1 length up on the field. It will be Marlow Rowing Club. Then it will be the Brentford crew with Walbrook a canvas back on them. And then the 2 crews from Sir William Boylays' Grammar School. The B crew crossing the line just ahead of the A crew. And then rounding out this E final will be Hartbury University and College.
Next on the course is the D final of the J15 double sculls. Cleanly away, on time, Hartbury University and College A, lane 1, Peterborough, lane 2, Marlow Rowing Club B in lane 3, St Andrews Boat Club in lane 4, Wallingford Rowing Club E crew in lane 5, Wallingford Rowing Club B crew in lane 6. We're just coming up to the halfway mark now. And it's those 3 crews in 4, 5 and 6 that are contending. St Andrews Boat Club, Wallingford and Wallingford C, but really anybody's game. As we move into the second part of the course, it's pretty much a blanket across those middle 4 lanes, including Peterborough in lane 2. Back in the commentary booth, we've got Alex Darby, Fergus taking a break. So joining me to call these last few hundred metres in this race.
Yeah, I reckon we got a 5-way shootout here with about 200 metres to go, all happening in lanes 2 to 6. Looks like in lane 4, the leader at the moment is St Andrew Boat Club. They're being pushed quite hard by Wallingford over on that far side. Of course, there are 2 Wallingford crews. Now, obviously no medals down in any of these finals, but a lot of bragging rights. So we've got 2 Wallingford crews going up against each other. They're really, really close together. Peterborough making a bit of a charging through the Marlow crew. I think Peterborough have just moved through that Marlow crew. Looks to me like St Andrews Boat Club. They've also wound up for the line, so it looks like St Andrews making their move as they enter the Red Boys. Peterborough sneaking up here. They might be able to get a march on the Wallingford E crew. Wallingford E have definitely moved off from Wallingford B, so St Andrew looking good at the front. It's a big battle here between Peterborough and Wallingford. Marlow just kind of being rode out of it at the moment. They're really pushing hard. I haven't really wound the rate up. It will indeed, though, be St Andrew Boat Club who do cross first. They have just open water. Really close here between Wallingford and Peterborough for that second and third. And it looks to me like Marlow might have just picked out Wallingford for 5th place. And then just on this near side, we've got Hartbury just about to cross the line next. So that was the D final of the J15 doubles.
Well done, St Andrew Boat Club in the D final. And back up the course already, rapidly approaching the halfway mark is the C final. As the camera pans back, we will see Burton Leander in lane 1, Leeds Rowing Club in lane 2, North Staffordshire Rowing Club in 3, Wallingford Rowing Club A crew in lane 4, Windsor Boys B in lane 5, and Trentham Boat Club in lane 6. Already into the second half of this race now. It's another close one. This one, the leading crews are in 1, 2 and 3. I'd say it's Leeds in lane 2 on the screen. In the lead, North Stafford's on the screen now, neck and neck alongside them. And Burton Leander on the other side of the Leeds crew in lane 1 are in the top 3 positions. There's a similar battle going on for the 4th, 5th and 6th places over in the other lanes, with Trentham Boat Club in lane 6 slightly ahead of Windsor Boys, and Wallingford battling alongside Trentham. But as we come into this last 250 metres, the sprint has already started for Leeds Rowing Club in lane 2, but not letting them go as North Staff's alongside them in lane 3. There's a really strong sprint happening with the Leeds crew, but out there in lane 6 is Trentham, has now moved away from that battle for 4th and is getting involved in the top 3 positions. So keep your eye on lane 6, Trentham Boat Club, as we come into the final few metres. Leeds keeping that really strong sprint finish. North Staffordshire not going to catch them, but what can Trentham do out in lane 6? Can Trentham steal that second place away? Leeds coming up to the line, winning the race, and it is the Trentham crew in lane 6, just pipping North Staffs in lane 3, and just holding on as a fast finishing Windsor Boys crew doesn't quite make it. Burton Leander hold on for 4th, and Wallingford cross the line, overlapping as well. So that's Leeds winning that heat. Sorry, C final, 13th position in the J15 double sculls.
So just getting attached onto the stake boats at the moment. It's very windy and sometimes tricky to stay straight. It is the J15 singles. So the women's J15 singles, the G final, just getting aligned at the moment. Looks to me like a couple of the athletes are just having to straighten up their bows. That race is going to be featuring Northampton, Cambridge 99, Falcon, Tees, Glasgow Academy, and Thames Scullers. So the athletes just under starters' orders. I can see the crews are forward. Flag has dropped and all athletes are away. One of the athletes in 5, Glasgow Academy, a little bit stuck on that first stroke, but has now moved away from the start. Those first few strokes always some of the most treacherous you'll take in a single in the headwind. If your blades aren't perfectly square in that first stroke, you're going to feel a big lurch to the side, but the Glasgow Academy sculler was able to just right that. So those crews have gone off the start. I reckon they're about 150 meters into their race. They are on their way down the course as we speak. So for those watching the live stream, you'll see just to the left of your picture the Thames sculler out in front of the field, doing a really good job over there in lane 6. Just in our screen, on our screen to the right hand side, we can pick up the scullers from Northampton, Cambridge 99, Falcon, Tees, and Glasgow Academy. So you can see the Thames sculler out in front, crossing through the next marker buoy. That'll be the 500 to go, so halfway down. Looks to me like lane 2, the Cambridge 99 sculler in second place. Quite a good race between Northampton and Falcon happening between lanes 1 and 3 as well. Ooh, just a slight wobble there from the Thames sculler. Gets back to work. The very distinctive, almost luminescent blades. We've got a little zoom in on our live stream at the moment. We can see that sculler there. Dowman just pushing away. Done a really good job in the first 500. Is going to want to back that up. Had a 6-second lead, in fact, going through the 500 meter. So the Thames sculler with a 6-second lead, which is pretty impressive, and obviously is going to want to capitalize on that position in the second part of this race. So these scullers now have about 350, 400 meters to go. So if you cast your gaze up the course, you'll see that the sculler in lane 6 from Thames Scullers is still out in front. We've got a good battle between the sculler in lane 2 from Cambridge 99. That's Grant from Cambridge 99. So Emily Grant, I think in second place at the moment, being pushed quite hard by Charlotte Jenks of Falcon Rowing Club. It is indeed still Ava Dowman in the lead over there in 6, but coming under increasing pressure as these athletes in the middle of the lake start to wind up for the finish. Now remember, she had a 6-second lead at the 500 meter mark. That's a pretty comfortable lead, but the second half is playing out at the moment with a side-by-side race between lanes 2 and 3, Cambridge 99 and Falcon. Looks to me like the Thames sculler has still got a good lead as she enters this last 200 metres. In fact, she's way past the 200. She's probably got about 150 to go now. It's still a really good battle between Cambridge 99 and Falcon in lanes 2 and 3. The sculler, May Harrison, in one from Northampton. She's pushed away from 5th and 6th in a very solid 4th place right now. That Glasgow Academy sculler who had a little bit of drama coming off the line, just trying to push hard to get on terms with the Tees sculler just to her right. So we cast our attention back to who's up at the front. It is the Thames sculler. Ava Dowman is going to cross first, just crossing now. A good push from Emily Grant has just seen off the challenge of Charlotte Jenks of Falcon. So I think the Cambridge 99 sculler will cross about a length ahead. Now on this side we've got May Harrison really pushing hard to make sure she stays ahead of the Tees sculler. So Martha Anderson not quite able to get on terms there with May Harrison. And then just rounding this out, we have Lily Lee of Glasgow Academy. So that was the G final of the women's J15 singles. Coming off the back of that, the next final is already in the last 500 metres, the F final of the women's J15 singles. Also features Glasgow Academy, this time in lane 1. We also have Guildford Rowing Club in 2, Barn Elms Rowing Club in 3, Calpe in 4, AB7 in 5, and Exeter in lane 6. And it's the Calpe athlete in lane 4 who currently is out in the lead. Had about a 5-second lead at the 500 metre mark and is still capitalising on that good first half of a race. Following the Calpe athlete, I would say, looking from here, it looks like the Exeter athlete in 6 is locked in a battle with the Barn Elms athlete over in 3. Those two are racing for second place at the moment. Quite a lot of ripples on the lake at the moment, so they're not just racing each other, they are also racing the conditions, but some good sculling being executed here out on the lake this afternoon. So it is indeed the Calpe athlete who continues to lead. The Calpe athlete is now in the red boys, signifying the very, very last part of the race. So hasn't really had to wind the rate too far. Has definitely climbed up a little bit on the rating, has the Calpe athlete, just to solidify that first place in this F final. So some really good sculling here. It is still a close race between Exeter and Barn Elms. Really too close for me to call at the moment. I'm going to have to watch them come up to the line. The Calpe athlete certainly out in front. That one's easy to call. That's Sophia Rose Charrington. Really good race in there. But we're looking at this race between Barn Elms and Exeter. And those beeps really close together between the Barn Elms and Exeter athletes. And just finishing maybe a stroke too soon, Guildford, but they're still going to finish 4th. So Lottie Green will finish in 4th. 5th place will be the AB7 sculler Lila Jenner. And then just crossing there in 6th, we have on this side Daisy Mark from Glasgow Academy. So Calpe will win the F final of the women's J15 singles. And then obviously we'll turn our attention back up the course to the E final of this same event. The E final is going to be featuring Kingston Grammar School, Ross Rowing Club, NCRA, Cole Porters, Calpe and Lambton. So that race in the E final of the J15 singles is now just going through the 500 meter. It was Lambton over NCRA, over Calpe, over Ross, over Cole Porters. That was the first 5 according to my screen here. And then Kingston Grammar School in 6th. So these athletes, we've got Zoe Casati from Kingston Grammar School, we've got Leah Cotton from Ross Rowing Club, Evie Jenkins from Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, Ellie Cole, Southampton Cole Porters, Katie Zammit from Calpe, and Jasmine Kane from Lambton. So those athletes have about 300 meters to go. It's quite level pegging between 4 of the athletes. So Ross in 2, NCRA in 3, and then also the Calpe and Lambton athletes in 5 and 6. That's where the races are happening. So all 4 of those in the mix. From this position here, I would say it is the Lambton sculler Jasmine Kane that maybe has a very slight lead in this over Katie Zammit of Calpe. But there is a very close race going on between Evie Jenkins and Leah Cotton in lanes 2 and 3. So these athletes are going to really want that cheering as they go through to the line. They're going to really want some noise to push themselves through to that finish line. On that far side in lane 6, it does continue to be Jasmine Kane of Lambton, just holding off a continuous charge from Katie Zammit. Katie Zammit has definitely not given up here, pushing hard. There's an upping of the rate from Jasmine Kane. She's really lifted it up. On close to home water, the Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association's Evie Jenkins is also winding it up, trying to solidify that 3rd place from Leah Cotton of Ross. Just paying our attention to the start, like the front part of this race again. It's going to be massive overlap. Lambton versus Calpe, Kane versus Zammit. And on the line, it's going to be just a couple of feet between the Lambton sculler and the Calpe sculler. It is indeed Evie Jenkins of NCRA that crosses in 3rd, and it's going to take a photo finish to separate Leah Cotton from the Southampton Cole Porters sculler Ellie Cole. Literally going to need a photo finish for that. And then just crossing the line now, we've got Zoe Casati of Kingston Grammar School. So that rounds out a very exciting E final in the women's J15 singles. Next, of course, and it's only just gone off the start, will be the D final of the women's J15 singles. That will feature crews from, or scullers from, Thames Scullers, Shrewsbury School, Strathclyde Park, Hereford, Peterborough, Stratford-upon-Avon. So looking up the course, it looks like the D final is probably about 200 meters in, maybe 250 meters in. As I say, we're going to have Lilia Cottam of Thames Scullers, Katharina Webber of Shrewsbury School, Stevie Gilder of Strathclyde Park Rowing Club, Esther Walker of Hereford, Jasmine Cheshire of Peterborough City, and maybe Dunn of Stratford-upon-Avon. So they've crossed through about 300 meters in there on approach to the 500. Anyone that's looking on the live stream at the moment, those are the athletes in the C final just getting lined up. They're going to be ready to go. So anyone watching on that live stream, what you can see at the moment is Warrington, Avon County, Thames Scullers, Hartbury, Mediterranean and NCRA. But just cutting on the live stream now to that D final, we can see closest to us, that is the sculler Katharina Webber. In fact, we're getting a zoom in from the Shrewsbury School athlete, Katharina Webber, who crossed just about a second ahead of the Hereford sculler. So that Hereford sculler, Esther Walker, was in second place, but we got a really good, clear, zoomed in shot of the sculler from Shrewsbury School, Katharina Webber, who, as I say, had about a 1 second lead over Hereford. Just coming onto shot now, we can see the Thames sculler Lilia Cottam also sculling really well in that second 500 metres. So those scullers now are on approach towards the 250 metre mark, where they'll have just about a minute or so left in their race. Just judging it from the tower, I think there's quite a good race between lanes 2 and 4. That's the Shrewsbury School and Hereford Rowing Club athletes. We don't appear to have the athlete in lane 3, so we are missing the Strathclyde Park sculler. But yeah, good racing happening here between Webber and Walker in lanes 2 and 4. Making a move on the outside as well, so it's going to have to be quite a big move from Mavie Dunn of Stratford-upon-Avon, but close enough at the moment that at 250, if she really went then, there is a chance to get on terms with first and second, but maybe her attention is holding off the Peterborough sculler, who's pushing her in fourth. So in the middle of the lake, we have the Hereford and Shrewsbury athletes, Esther Walker, Katharina Webber, just pushing their way towards the line. They're about to enter the red buoys that was going to tell them that they are really close to the finish and it's time to go, go, go. Looks to me like Katharina Webber was flirting slightly with the buoy line just the last couple of strokes, but has recorrected the course off of it. Esther Walker making a move in the middle though. If she has a quick glance over her right shoulder, you can see that it's within touching distance of the athlete that was leading by a second at the 500 metre mark. Both of these athletes really pushing hard through these last 50 metres or so. I think there's really excellent length being rowed here by the Shrewsbury sculler, rather than ramping it up, has really gone for length and effective length in the water, and I think that has took her to the line just ahead of the Hereford sculler. Those two clearly ahead of the third place, and it's actually a great move from the Peterborough sculler. So Jasmine Cheshire has really come through well in the last 150 metres to claim third place over Mavie Dunn of Stratford-upon-Avon, and then just closing out this D final is going to be Lilia Cottam of Thames Scullers. So as the lead coach of a senior women's program at one of the British universities, it's always my pleasure to see what's happening on the junior women's scene, to see what is going to be coming up into our programs in the next few years. And we've seen some excellent sculling been displayed so far. We have one more final, one more minor final in the women's J15 singles. That is on approach to the last 250 now. I think they're about 600 metres into their race. On our screen just there, we had the Mediterranean sculler rowing really long and powerfully. Some excellent sculling being shown again. So all of these scullers had to proceed through a time trial. We had quite a few scullers eliminated off the time trial, despite the fact we went to a G final, just due to the depth of entry. So it was the Mediterranean sculler that had about a 3 second lead at the halfway mark. And that was the sculler you saw on the screen just a few moments ago. So Hannah Gomez Goldwyn of Mediterranean Rowing Club, who are just like Calpe based in Gibraltar. It's great to have these athletes come across to Nottingham to race here, who does still seem to have the lead. Looks to me like there is a good race here between lanes 2 and 4. So that's Olivia Greenwell of Avon County and Rosie Reynolds of Hartbury. They're pushing really hard for second place, but also being challenged firmly by Ava Russo in lane 6 here in her hometown. Hopefully has a lot of support over there. Really good racing across the board here. I think the Mediterranean sculler, Hannah Gomez Goldwyn, probably has just done enough at this point to feel comfortable, but she's still winding up to the line. There's going to be a fantastic sprint here between 3 athletes in lanes 2, 4 and 6. Avon County versus Hartbury versus NCRA. Those athletes have all sprinted hard for the line now. It's going to be like Olivia Greenwell's moving wonderfully through this last 150 metres. I think he's trying to push really firmly into second place. Hannah Gomez Goldwyn of Mediterranean will indeed cross first. It's going to be Olivia Greenwell, who just did some really good work about 50 metres ago to take second, just pushing away from Rosie Reynolds of Hartbury. But really close finishing here between Ruby Wells of Warrington on this near side and Ava Russo on that far side, and then just rounding out that final we have Matilda Phillips of Thames Scullers. But all those athletes finished very close together. On our screens we can see Hannah Gomez Goldwyn did so much good work in the first half, was able to back that up with a strong second half and hold on to that position. So some really good sculling there that we had in the women's J15 singles. So next we are going to be doubling the number of athletes coming down the course as we go to the women's J14 doubles. It's the G final down first. This is featuring City of Oxford, Hinksey, Ross Rowing Club, Aberdeen Schools, Windsor Girls School and another City of Oxford crew. So just looking out on the course, I can see all 6 crews. In one we have City of Oxford, Faustine LeBlanc and Beatrice Harper. In 2 we have Hinksey Sculling School, Ingrid Harris and Lowena Hewitt-Borman. In 3 we've got Ross Rowing Club, Lily Kayanja and Isabel Ruck. In 4 Aberdeen Schools, Leah Reid and Iona Davies. Windsor Girls School are in 5, that's Isabel Stevenson and Florence Griffiths. And in 6 we have City of Oxford, Thalia Sanders and Amelie Ballum. On your screen just there we can see Faustine LeBlanc and Beatrice Harper, one of the 2 City of Oxford crews in this. I think they're being pushed quite hard by lane 5, that's the Windsor Girls School double of Isabel Stevenson and Florence Griffiths. So the race to me looks like it's between lanes 1 and 5. Oh, and something has happened in lane 3, maybe a crab or something, as the Ross crew has to just straighten up again, get themselves back together. They were really in the mix of this race at that point. They're just going to have to straighten themselves up and get back onto it as we turn our attention back up towards the front of the field again. So it looks to me like lane 5 and lane 1. That's Windsor Girls School and City of Oxford are the 2 crews that are going to be battling for the win. There's quite a good race for 3rd place as well though. It's happening between Aberdeen Schools and the City of Oxford B crew, who are in lane 6. Looks like that Ross crew has gotten straight and wound it up. They're going to go for a 400-metre burn to try and get back into this race. Crew I've not mentioned too much is Hinksey. Hinksey are trying to put pressure on Aberdeen Schools for the 4th place finish. I think Hinksey could do this. Looks like they are starting to move now. Some good sound coming from out there by the lakeside, that's what we like. So it's really important that all these crews keep their composure, stay long and relaxed through this part of the race. Oh, there's been a mistake over there on that far side, the Windsor Girls School. They're going to have to try and get it back together. They were challenging for the win, but they just opened the door for City of Oxford on this side, and even City of Oxford on the far side. So we're actually now going to have a 3-way race. Our City of Oxford on this near side going to be able to do it. Faustine LeBlanc and Beatrice Harper, are they going to cross first? It does look really close. They've been challenged really hard by their other crew, their B crew on that far side. I think it's going to be just a few feet in it, possibly the 2 City of Oxford crews. Well, certainly they're the first 2. Possibly the one on this side ahead of the one on the far side, but whoa. Windsor Girls School were right in the mix to get as well. It's had a little bit too much drama, about 150 out. Really strong finish there from Aberdeen Schools. Saw off the challenge of Hinksey, who were coming really hard in that last 250. There on your screen you can see the winners. So it's Faustine and Beatrice on your screen. Oh, we always like, oh, look at that. This is a customised handshake. Yeah, love it, love it. All right, we need more of that in rowing. Here come Ross. As I say, they had a little bit of a drama at 400 metres out, managed to get straight and wound it up to the finish. But yeah, up to that point, they were really in the mix of the racing too. It's a bit of a shame for them, but how it goes sometimes. So my alphabet skills tell me that following the G final is going to be the F final, and this is going to feature Sir William Perkins, Kingston Rowing Club, Trent Rowing Club, Lambton, Derby Rowing Club, and Stratford upon Avon's women's junior 14 doubles. Out in front at the halfway mark, it was Trent. That's Elizabeth Bewley and Megan Cheetham. They had about a 2-second lead over Lambton, and it was quite a lot of close racing in the first four places, only separated by about 4 seconds. So anything could happen in this second half. We continue to watch Trent on our screens. They were the early leaders, just coming into shot as well. We've got the crew on this near side from SWP. Just meeting one of the boys about halfway down. It's going to have to straighten up. I can see Bowers making a bit of a course correction. Both of those ladies, in fact, making that course correction there. These athletes now have about 350 meters to go. This is where you just consolidate in your position, probably just breathe in a couple of extra deep breaths because you know what's about to come. It's that sprint to the line. That's what's about to be kicking off here. So as we come down into this last section of the race, it was indeed still Trent in front, but they are making a really big course correction that puts them quite close to the Lambton crew. So just a bit closer together in the middle of the lake. Kingston Rowing Club just trying to run a straight line, get back into this race. It's a four-way battle, I think, between the four middle lanes: Kingston, Trent, Lambton and Derby. That's where this finish is going to come down to. And then just off the tail of that, we've got Stratford upon Avon trying to get on terms, and also SWP. But it is going to be a four-way race, possibly the two in the middle, Lambton and Trent, who are the halfway mark leaders. But it's all going to come down to this final sprint and avoiding the buoy lines, making sure we stay efficient and long. It's going to be a three-way race, really getting into the mix of Derby. Derby, a club on the rise. And their double is rising up through the ranks from third, maybe into second place now. If they keep this run on, I think they can go into first. Derby really challenging hard. What have they got left? Have they spent too much? Have they got anything left in the last 50? What can Trent do? They were the leaders at halfway. I think they may still just have their noses in front. I think here, though, we're going to have to leave this up to the finishing judges as three crews finish within about 2 feet of each other. Kingston Rowing Club then finishing fourth. Over on that far side, Stratford upon Avon. They couldn't quite go with that crazy charge down the middle of the lake from those four crews. They finish in fifth. And Sir William Perkins, they're going to finish in 6th place in this F final of the women's J14 doubles. So just getting attached is the women's J14 double E final. That's going to feature Lambton Rowing Club, Falcon Rowing Club, Clydesdale ARC, Hereford Rowing Club, Thames Scullers, and Sir William Perkins School B crew. So the E final of the women's J14 doubles is cleanly away. They started about 25 seconds ago, and these races taking in the region of about 4 to 5 minutes. So those athletes will be down here in the next few minutes. And just a reminder who we have in this next E final. We have Millie Downs and Faye Thompson of Lambton Rowing Club, Lara Till-Orney and Poppy Glendenning of Falcon Rowing Club, Darcy Geddes and Anna Soyinka of Clydesdale ARC, Aoife Donoghue and Annie Walker of Hereford, Sarah Ivanova and Eleanor Torrance of Thames Scullers, and Amelia Harvey and Ashley Sullivan of Sir William Perkins School. Those athletes we can see on a live stream are just on approach to the 500 meter mark. So I wouldn't say any single crew has separated themselves from the mix yet. It's lanes 1, 3, 4 and 5, maybe just with the early running, but still early in this race. What would have happened at this point is the crews would have done their full racing start. They will have settled into their race rhythm just for a couple of minutes, and then they'll ramp it up to the finish. This is obviously a slightly abridged version of what normally happens on this lake, which is 2K, where there's going to be a much longer middle section of the race. But here we got our quick start, settle into race rhythm, and then a wind up to the finish. So all these athletes would have had to time trial earlier on to get placed into these minor finals. Just going through our 500 meter mark now. We have some of the crews. So in second place, I can see we have the Hereford crew just fighting off the Thames Sculler crew, who's right next to them. Very close between those 4 athletes. Is the Clydesdale ARC crew that had about a 6-second lead, so really moved it out in the second part of that first half of the race. You just zoom in on that Clydesdale ARC crew right now. So I think they're looking really accomplished actually. That's some nice, smooth, clean, compact sculling there. So bodes really well for these athletes who are just J14s. They've got about another 4 years left in their junior careers before they move up to either senior or university level. Some of the athletes may of course come to universities here, maybe go abroad for their university experience, but we hope they continue rowing through either way. But yeah, this is a great performance here by the Clydesdale ARC crew. Really taken this E final by the scruff of the neck, not getting involved in the tussles for second and third. They're just out in front, and as I say, I'm very impressed with the sculling that we've seen right there. So the real battle, I think, on the course is happening still between Hereford and Thames Scullers. I mentioned that at the 500 meter mark they were separated just by a couple of seconds, and they still continue to be separated by just a couple of seconds. I think now, though, Hereford look like they've moved on. Hereford, another club that's just in the ascendancy at the moment. You know, they had a crew into the second round of the Y-Fold, for example, at the Royal. So it's a club that is on the rise right now. But it is going to be Clydesdale ARC walking away with this phenomenal performance here on the lake. I think anyone involved with that crew is going to be very impressed and proud of that performance. Good move from Hereford to push away from Thames Scullers. Clydesdale coach and supporters riding alongside, I think, will be very happy as they cross with masses of clear water. I know we don't do verdicts here, but I'd say it was pretty much an easily verdict if it was a side-by-side race. Hereford cross second. Thames Scullers holding off a late push from Lambton on this near side. So Lambton will cross in 4th. Falcon will cross in 5th. And then rounding this out, we'll have the Sir William Perkins School B crew in 6th. And on our screen, we can see the 2 scullers from Clydesdale. Really good performance from Darcy Geddes and Anna Soyinka. Phenomenal performance from those 2. We look forward to what they do in the next couple of years of their rowing career. So obviously these are the minor finals we're seeing at the moment, but double sculls is usually such a deep field that there is no shame being in, for example, an E final or a D final. Just means that we had some quicker crews ahead of you today. And if you ask me, I think that school age sculling in this country is quite possibly the best in the world. I mean, you only have to look at what happened at Henley Royal in the school competitions in the Diamond Jubilee. We had Wycliffe and Marlow, both British-based crews. In the Forley, we had Windsor Boys and Marlow, also British-based crews. In the Prince Philip, which is the women's junior eights, we had Headington and Row America Rye, so one of those crews, and the winner, in fact, was British. And in the PE, we had an all-British final of St Paul's versus Shiplake. So there is some really fantastic junior sculling and rowing that happens in this country, some of the best in the world. So even being in a D final is a really good achievement. In the D final that is on its way down next, we have Calpe, we have Leeds, we have Shanklin Sandown, we have Wallingford, Brentford and Newark. Those are the 6 crews that we have that are just about, I would say, about getting towards the 500 metre mark now, just looking up the course. Our camera actually mounted around the 500 metre can show us that these crews are on their way. It looks like maybe on that far side, Newark put themselves in a good position there in lane 6. But we got quite good racing between lane 1, 2, 3, 4 as well. Maybe lane 5, Brentford, just slightly off the pace at the moment, but only fractionally. There's definitely space to come up back through this field in the second half of the race. So on our screen right there, you can see lane 6, which had Newark going through the shot. And then I believe that's Shanklin Sandown, you can see on the screen right now, who are in lane 3. And then we just cut to Wallingford in 4, the very distinctive colours of Wallingford. So some really close racing as we come down into the last 350 metres. I can see quite a few bikes alongside, so there'll be good support for these crews. Some wonderful shots from our camera crew here, showing the technique on display on the lake this afternoon in this women's J14 double D final. You can see though, like, the effort in the first half is taking its toll on a couple of the athletes, maybe not quite sitting up as much as they were early in the race. And the later you get in the race, the more important it is to row clean and efficient. As you get tired, you have to just make sure your technique is where, like, the best you can put it, so you're not, you know, shooting yourself in the foot as you really want to go to the line. So looks to me like Newark in 6, they're starting their move for the finish. It looks like maybe at 200 they're like, that's where we go. They have got the march on the rest of these crews, but there's a 4-way battle between lane 5, 4, 2 and 1. So that Brentford crew I'd mentioned maybe wasn't quite up there before. It's really surged through in the second part of this race. I think they've secured a second place at this point, but they're going to have to back that up with another 150 metres of hard work. They chase really hard. They're chasing really hard, this Newark crew on in lane 6. That's who Brentford are after. I don't think they're interested in second. I think they want the win. So Brentford are really charging hard here. Some superb stuff. I think Newark have done enough. Megan Fox and Missy Gleed of Newark, I think, have really done some good work throughout the first 750 and didn't give Brentford a chance to get closer. Isabella Keane and Mia Regazzoni, they're going to finish second for Brentford. Close racing here. It's going to be Wallingford in 3rd. And a great sprint on the line here from Calpe. They always seem to finish super strong. That pushed them through past the Leeds crew. And then to round out this D final, we have the Shanklin Sandown crew. We've made the trip up from the Isle of Wight here to be competing at the Junior and Senior Club Championships 2024. So it will indeed be Newark over Brentford. We cut to those athletes on our screen. As I say, that is Megan Fox and Missy Gleed on the screen. They can be really proud of what they did there, winning that final with a really, really good first 750. Put them in a great position. And that boat, mine's a double. Maybe a bit young for that boat, but you know, I'm sure the coaches can enjoy the evening after a long weekend here, the 4-day weekend here at the Junior and Senior Champs. I thought maybe some trailers would have disappeared overnight, but it's still ram-packed up on that far bank, so fantastic entry here again on the Monday of this championships. We turn our attention back to the women's J14 doubles and the C final, which features AB7, Monmouth Comp, Derwent Rowing Club, Guildford Rowing Club, Strathclyde Park, and Burton Leander, and that's just gone through the 500 metre mark now. All 6 of these crews are in the same shot, and we haven't had to pan it out either. That gives you an idea of how close together all these crews are. You just kind of pan through the AB7 crew to pick up the Derwent Rowing Club crew. They got a nice rate of striking through the middle part of this race. Just a nice lively rhythm as they go into that second half. We also show you Monmouth Comp. They got a nice rhythm as well there as they go through into the last part of this race. So we love these close-in shots that can just show like what's going on with the technique around the finish, around the catch. And another big indicator if you look at on a boat is if you watch the far right as our pictures show, if it bounces down a lot when the rowers go to take a stroke, that shows they're not being quite as efficient as they need to be. So you see that a little bit in the crew that's out in front. There's a little bit of dip on the front end, but this crew you can see on our shot now, Monmouth Comp, they don't have as much as that, so maybe a little bit more efficient with their weight and their pickup of the water. So good job from the Monmouth Comp crew there. As we go into the last 250 metres, the battle looks like it's between Strathclyde Park in lane 5 and lane 3, who are Derwent Rowing Club. So that is the race we're watching come to the line now. Looks to me like it's the classic A-lings, the boat synonymous with like Sir Steve Redgrave's medal exploits, and of course Sir Matthew Pinson as well, won many gold medals in an A-lings, and it's Strathclyde Park in an A-lings who are being challenged by Derwent, who appear to be in a swift. So those two boats clashing in this last 100 metres. I think Derwent, they seem to have a really nice flow through the recovery. They drive and then they just float and drive again. Derwent, phenomenally efficient down this back end through their drive phase in the early part of their recovery. I think that has just carried them through to first. Strathclyde Park will finish in second, charging hard on that far side. Burton Leander want to hold off this Monmouth Comp challenge. It will be Burton Leander, and then the other 3 crews all have overlap of about half a length. Monmouth Comp, Guildford and AB7. So a really good race there in the C final of the women's J14 doubles. All those crews finishing, as I say, quite close together. The kind of final that we look forward to. Just on your screens, for those watching the live stream, we have the Derwent Rowing Club, the victorious double, who I think had a really nice run through the back part of their race. That's Evangeline Rolls and Josephine Bruton, or maybe Brutton, my apologies on that, but those were your winners of that C final. Right. So I believe this is the rescheduled semi-final. So these athletes probably quite nervously waiting for time trial results to come out. This is the women's J15 Coxed Quad semi-final 1. So they're going to want to be in the top 3 here. This features Lee Rowing Club, City of Bristol, Marlow, Globe, Sir William Perkins, and Henley. And I'm looking forward to absolute fireworks here. 5 athletes in each boat, of course, because these are Coxed Quads. So these athletes, I think, are just going to go full bore and just hope that the Cox keeps the boat in the direction it needs to be going. As I say, top 3, that's going to be the key to make it through to the medal race, the A final that's going to happen a little bit later on. So 30 athletes in this, 6 boats of 5 athletes, 30 in it, 15 to proceed to the A final. We keep our eyes on the screen as these crews approach the 500 meter mark, the halfway point. They will have come off their race start. They'll be in their mid-race rhythm right now for about another minute before they wind up to the finish. But with it being a semi-final, it's so important to be in the top 3. Sometimes you've got to change plans a bit and go early if you're not in one of those top 3 positions. I'd say the crew in 1 from Lee, unfortunately, I think they're a bit too far back, but the other 5 crews are all in position to make the medal race. So City of Bristol in 2, Marlow in 3, Globe in 4, Sir William Perkins in 5, and Henley Rowing Club in 6. They're the crews that are going to be challenging. Now, Henley Rowing Club, obviously this is a J15 quad, but they have in the past won the Diamond Jubilee, which is the junior women's quads event at Henley Royal. They're going to be wanting to stamp down their quality in sculling quads today. And at the moment, it looks to me like they may have just stuck out into a lead ahead of lanes 2 and 3, City of Bristol and Marlow, 2 other really big names on the domestic scene. So it looks like that's a 3-way battle between Henley, City of Bristol and Marlow. Now, of course, it's not just about being in the top 3. With a wind like today, there are going to be lanes that are slightly more favoured. And in that case, it is important to be first to get one of those more favoured lanes. So what we have at the moment is still a 3-way battle between City of Bristol, Marlow and Henley. I think it's going to take quite a big move from either Sir William Perkins or Globe to get up into these top 3 positions, but of course anything can happen in a race. Just looking on our screens, I think that City of Bristol blade work, wonderful stuff. Really neat and clean, squaring quite late into the headwind, but neat and tidy into the water. Nice flow on that boat. We now cut to what is the Henley Rowing Club boat, the very distinctive white top half, dark bottom half of Henley Rowing Club. The athletes just take a quick glance to the right. I know they have a Cox, but they had a quick glance. I think Marlow, though, might be walking through them right now. So is Marlow going to be able to keep its charge up? Henley were in the lead for quite a long time. It might still be in the lead, but Marlow are charging hard. City of Bristol are going with them. So I'm joined in the box in a couple of moments' time by Fergus, who is going to probably help me with the second semi-final. But looking at this now, is it going to be Marlow that have charged their way through to first? I think Marlow have, and in fact City of Bristol almost got through Henley as well. Those 3 crews, City of Bristol absolutely elated. They are going to be in with a shout of a medal because they have proceeded through to the A final later on. It's going to be Sir William Perkins, unfortunately just missing out on a top 3 place there, along with Globe and Lee. I think they will race later on in a B final, but that is a fantastic race at the front end, especially that late push from Marlow. I think that's come from quite a way down. You can see them on your screen now, but Marlow had a fantastic last 200 metres that took them through to that first place. But of course they've got to do it all again later on, where you come in. This, I suppose, is important to get you to the next stage, but then you have to execute in that final as well. So Fergus, you've had your scran, you feeling fueled up for the afternoon?
I'm so ready. We've got the meal deal sandwiches back on board and trucking right the way through to the end of racing today.
Who's in this race then?
We have got the second semi-final, the women's J15 Cox Quad, Stratford upon Avon in 1, Wallingford Rowing Club A in 2, Nottingham and Union in 3, Hereford Rowing Club in lane 4, Leeds Rowing Club in 5 and Dart Totnes in lane 6. There are your runners and riders, the top 3 heading through to the A final later on today, remainder to the B final. Now, if it's anything like the A final, this should be cracking, absolutely cracking second semi-final we're looking forward to.
Yeah, so those crews are on approach to the 500 metre mark. Just looking up the course, again, I don't think anyone has really blasted out away from the field. It's very close running. We would expect this, though, coming through a time trial earlier on. We should have the 12 quickest crews into the 2 semi-finals, so we're hoping that there's some quite close racing across the lake, and it looks like we've got that in this second semi-final.
Yeah, we certainly do. The rest of the pack very close at the moment. One crew just starting to push their bows out ahead of the rest of the field, just moving up to a length of clear water over the field, and that is the crew in lane 5. That is the crew from Leeds Rowing Club. They're leading the chasing pack, but again, no more than a length and a half separating the remaining 5 crews. But the trouble is, in a semi-final, 5 doesn't go into 2 places.
5 does definitely not go into 2, but that is what the math is going to have to be in the last 500 metres. It does look to me like Leeds have done a good job in the first half. They're going to want to back that up. Now, they are actually coxed in a stern loader, so their cox can actually see the blade work, can maybe give some advice as to what they can do, whereas some of these other crews are going to be in bow loaders where the cox can kind of feel what's going on but can't actively see it.
I think that's such a great coaching tool to have for J14s, J15s. Almost as if they're in an 8 at the moment, but that cox can, as you said, see everything that's going on. They can also have a very good idea as to where the rest of the crew is. Obviously, the other cox is sat lying down in the bows of their boats. They can't quite see what's going on behind them, but yeah, sitting there on the stern looking at their crew, a very good eye to be able to keep an eye over the rest of the field, and they'll be able to see some of those moves that are perhaps starting to come to the left of them, to the right of them. Dart Totnes, Hereford Rowing Club starting to move up the field a little bit, as well as Wallingford in lane 2.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Wallingford crews yesterday, a few today as well. They're going to want to try and push themselves into the top 3. I don't think they're quite there yet, but it's now time to go. This is the time where you're just going to put your legs down hard, feet through the footplate. It is still Leeds out in front. It might even be the 3 in 4, 5 and 6, Hereford, Leeds and Dart Totnes, that are currently in the positions they want to be in. But there is indeed that move from Wallingford in 2, but also being charging hard, and Notts and Union in 3.
Yeah, Nottingham and Union moving really well. They've got work to do. They've got a long distance to make up if they're going to get themselves into one of these top positions into the last 100 metres. Leeds Rowing Club, though, holding on to an advantage, never quite able to break clear in this second semi-final. But they're in position 1. They've got the job done. The top 3, of course, heading through to the A final. Leeds out in front. Hereford going with them, though, sitting a little bit back on Dart Totnes, maybe a quarter of a length or so. But those 3 crews well out in front of the rest of the field as we come up to the line. Leeds Rowing Club provisionally through in first place in a race right the way to the finish between Hereford and Dart Totnes, with Wallingford, Notts and Union coming through in 4th and 5th ahead of Stratford-upon-Avon in lane 1.
Yeah, and of course it can always be a bit disappointing finishing 4th, but you're going to have to pick yourselves up, brush yourselves off, and then recompete in the B final and look to win that. Just on the screen you can see those Leeds Rowing Club girls. They were ahead at the 500 and held it all the way to the finish. They're going to be wanting to do a similar thing in the final later on. They're obviously going to be I guess getting off the water and looking at their time compared to Marlow from the other heat, and Henley as well. But well done to Leeds for finishing first and making their way through to the A final. So just getting attached to the stake boat, we have 2 crews. We've got a composite of Queen Elizabeth High School and Tyne and Clare's Court. One of these crews is just very slightly perpendicular to the direction of travel that they probably want, but we're looking to fix that, and then we'll be able to get this side-by-side race, the F final of the J15 quads, underway. In fact, it is the same competition as the 2 semi-finals you just saw, but those semi-finals were rescheduled to slightly later in the day. But what we're going to have next is a continuation of that same event. It is the J15 women's coxed quads. So just looking up the course, we can see there was a slight launch-based intervention just to straighten up these crews. Seems a little bit quicker than trying to detach and reattach. So it looks to me like the Queen Elizabeth High School Tyne Rowing Club composite and the Clare's Court boat are both attached. Crews have been called forward. Just keeping an eye on the flag for the starter. There's a little bit of adjustment, even though I can't see a hand in the air. Interesting. Crews are forward, flag is up and flag is down, and crews are away. So we have 10 athletes off the start line in this F final of the J15, women's J15 Coxed Quads.
Yeah, quick start there from the umpire. No point holding the crews at the start any longer than they need to be. It's an awkward position enough up at front stops with your blades in the water, still balancing the boat as much as you can, and of course perhaps your bow's just getting blown around ever so slightly. But we are up and we are running the F final women's J15 quads on both of these crews. Clean starts from the Queen Elizabeth High School Tyne Rowing Club Composite, and of course from Clares Court School as well. But just two boats battling out gladiatorial style right the way down this course.
So Fergus, obviously you spent some of your rowing career up in the northeast. Queen Elizabeth High School, like new on the scene, or something that was around while you were up in Newcastle?
Yeah, very much has been around for a considerable number of years. One of the top programmes up in the northeast of England. Same with Tyne Rowing Club. Tyne, they've had a new boathouse in years gone by, a fantastic facility there, but the two of them will know each other. They'll have been racing each other right the way around on the Northern Rowing Series. They do a number of head races at the beginning of the season. The Touchwood, week to week, they'll go around different venues, and fingers crossed the weather gods are on the sides for all of that. But two really strong northern programs coming together to make this crew, and they're going up against one of the top programs from the Thames Valley as well, Clares Court School, in recent years. A huge amount of success with their sculling programs. So both of these crews battling out here in the F final, and again, despite two crews on the course at the moment, neck and neck, with neither crew managing to break free at the moment.
Yeah, I think sometimes the concern when you've just got two crews remaining in a final is there might be a big disparity between abilities, but absolutely the opposite here. I don't think I could imagine two more matched crews in a side-by-side race on a 6-lane course.
Yeah, definitely. If anything, at the moment, I think it looks like the crew from Tyne, from Queen Elizabeth High School, is perhaps just starting to eke out an advantage. But it's not going to be by much. The camera just starting to pan around as well. At the moment, it's with Tyne, but perhaps in the next stroke, it'll be with Clares Court School. No more than a canvas, no more than just a few feet that the advantages for the Tyne and Queen Elizabeth High School composite. So this is exactly the sort of race we want to see unfolding in the next 500 metres.
I think it's definitely the kind of race we want to see in the commentary box and on the bank, but maybe not the kind of race that you want to see from in the boat. I mean, I remember being in third place at Bucks one year, and there was a Newcastle crew in fourth, and they just wouldn't go away. They just stayed there. Luckily, we stayed in third, but they were not giving it to us. And obviously, you're very involved in that program. Like, no Newcastle crew ever rolls over, does it?
No, definitely not. It's the same with any of these crews in the northeast of England. I mean, they'll go out in just about any conditions out in the water. The Tyne in particular, it won't freeze. You'll be out there in the middle of winter. So battle-hardened racers, I'm sure, are these girls from the northeast.
Yeah, just on a screen at the moment, you can see Clares Court. It's still quite not as stiff as earlier, but still quite a decent headwind out on the course. That can play a little bit of havoc with your blade heights coming into the catches, particularly as you square up. If you get a little gust there, it can blow your blade up away from the surface of the water, and obviously your goal is to place the blades into the water ahead of pushing the legs down. Like rowing, it does seem like quite a simple sport sometimes, but the conditions can make it a lot more difficult to execute what you're trying to do. It looks to me, just looking up the course, like the Tyne Queen Elizabeth High School crew has maybe eked out a bit more of a lead, but it's not a lot. I'd say there's still overlap, Fergus.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've stepped on ever so slightly, moved out to probably a couple of seconds advantage over Clares Court School. But they've got about 200 metres left to go, and just as we're speaking there, we can see a little bit of a move is starting to come from Clares Court School. Their cox there on screen at the moment is Felix Washberger, and he'll just be urging his crew on as they come into the red buoys. And again, it just looks like they're perhaps moving up the shell of the Tyne composite crew, just getting closer and closer. Let's see what sort of response Tyne have got here in the last 100 metres.
Yeah, it looks like a really good race down here. It's a 1K race, and you expect them to be close, but not often this close. The Clares Court crew maybe have just lost a little bit of momentum, or maybe it's the Tyne Queen Elizabeth School has just found a little bit to fight back with. I think they're maybe about half a length up. They're moving quite well together, pushing through. Both crews really working hard into the line, but I think it looks like this crew on the near side, the Tyne and Queen Elizabeth High School, managed to just rate up through that last 100 metres or so and pushed it out to about 2/3 of a length in the end. But that was a race that was side by side the whole way down, and despite it being an F final, it's the kind of race where, like, those athletes you can see on the screen now, the 5 there, they'll talk about that. They'll be like, remember when we were at the Champs and we had to battle one-on-one and we wanted to come out on top. So really good racing from those athletes. And actually, just looking at it, it looks like the coxers from Queen Elizabeth High School and all the rowers are actually Tyne athletes. So we have the E final of the women's J15 Cox Quads on its way down. In this, there is Queen Elizabeth High School crew, Queen's Park High School, Sir William Perkins School, Windsor Girls School, Kingston Grammar School, and Wallingford Rowing Club. So Wallingford trying to break up this, basically a schools race. Just on the screen at the moment, we can see Queen Elizabeth High School and Queen's Park High School just rowing their way towards the finish. This race has about 350, maybe 400 metres to go. So these crews all approaching the finish. There are no medals or positions higher than the E final positions for these crews. This will be their last exertions of the day. And you can see on anyone who's watching on the live stream will be able to see like some close-ups of some of these crews. And you can see that it's not flat out today. It's a bit bobbly out on the lake. Now, Fergus, what's going on here? Who's the top 3 runners in this?
Well, I think at the moment my attention is drawn to the crew in lane 2. That's Queen's Park High School. We heard from one of their coaches earlier on in the week that this is the last outing for the name of Queen's Park High School. They're forming a new club after this, an open club, so they'll be wanting to have some success to finish this Queen's Park High School dynasty. So they are currently leading this E-final at the moment. Going with them, though, a couple of lanes over, the Windsor Girls School, Kingston Grammar School as well, well in the mix for second place. Looks to me at the moment like Kingston Grammar School have just rode through Windsor Girls School. Perhaps we'll see some sort of a response from them in the next 100 metres or so. Queen's Park High School, again, just stepping up as we're coming into the Red Boys. But that is an incredibly quick finishing crew from Kingston Grammar School. Perhaps it looks like with about 50-60 metres to go, I think Kingston Grammar School are into the lead and might take this one right the way to the finish line.
Yeah, great racing here between these two crews. Queen's Park and Kingston Grammar School. Are KGS going to be able to hold on to it? There's another charge back from Queen's Park High School. We'll just look along the line here. And it's really close. We'll leave that one to the officials downstairs. And then crossing, I believe, is Windsor Girls School in 4. We'll have Wallingford, the only non-school, crossing in 4th place in lane 6. 5th place is going to be Queen Elizabeth High School down on this near side, and then Sir William Perkins School just to round out that E-final of the women's J15 Cox Quads. And we can see on our screen the effort that was put in by those athletes from KGS. Like, just nothing better than crossing a finish line, right? And just being like, okay, the pain is over.
Yeah, straight onto that post-race hydration afterwards. I'm not surprised. Needed. Very impressive sprint there from Kingston Grammar School. But we move back up to the start line for the D final of this event. This is the women's J15 Cox Squads D final.
So yeah, we've been just told there's about 23 knot wind according to our drone operator, which equates to probably about 18 to 19 miles an hour, which is not fun. At Edgbaston Reservoir, when it goes above 14, we usually start getting white horses. But different water here, different conditions, but it's definitely not fun rowing into a headwind such as that. At the moment, we got a little bit of an issue with Sheffield City and Doncaster getting onto the state boat. Basically, they got a little bit sideways, and the wind catches you in conditions like this, like we say, about 18 to 20 mile an hour gusts. Well, not gusts, average. And it can just quickly swing you around. So we're going to have to just get that crew straightened up, and then we'll be proceeding with the D final of the women's J15 Cox Quads. And what we'll just quickly do is roll call them, just so you know who's in here. Aberdeen Schools, like I say, we've got Sheffield City and Doncaster composite. We've got Kingston Rowing Club, Henley Rowing Club, Sir William Borlase, and Queen Elizabeth High School featuring Yet Again. And it actually seems like they've just gotten rid of that crew off of 2. So it's going to be Aberdeen Schools, Kingston, Henley, Borlase, and Queen Elizabeth High School. Now, like, unfortunately, rowing, you can be deemed late for the start and not put on. This race was due to start 7 minutes ago. So yeah, those crews are off. Aberdeen Schools, Kingston, Henley, Sir William Borlase, and Queen Elizabeth High School. Those are the 5 runners we're going to have in this next heat of the women's J15 Cox Quads.
So these 5 quads making their way down the course at the moment, probably a quarter of the way through, 250 metres done and dusted. These quads handling these conditions very well at the moment. We can see none of the blades at the moment are getting blown about all over the place. Very good control up at the front end from these quads, particularly from the likes of Kingston Rowing Club. You'll be able to spot them from a mile away. Kingston, their red and white iconic hooped kit. Kingston going well at the moment. Henley Rowing Club, their B crew going well, and Sir William Borlase Grammar School in lane 5. Borlase actually look to be your race leaders as we're coming up to the halfway point. Just starting to move away from the rest of the field at this stage. Again, Borlase just opting to rate a little bit higher than the rest of their opposition. Just getting a few more strokes in than the rest of their crews every minute of this race, and it's paying dividends for them, up to clear water advantage over Henley Rowing Club. Henley sitting in that second place position at the moment. Kingston Grammar School though, Kingston Rowing Club I should say, not a mistake I should be making. Kingston Rowing Club and Queen Elizabeth High School in 4th and 5th place respectively through the halfway point. But there we see our race leaders, Sir William Borlase Grammar School, 6, 7, nearly 8 seconds up on the field at this point, and they'll want to just keep moving away at this stage of the race. But so often, Alex, as we see, the rest of the field just condenses. It just gets closer and closer coming into this last sort of 400 metres as the race for the top positions just hots up.
Yeah, if you're out in that lead, you might well have been putting a little bit of extra effort in compared to what you'd normally expect. These crews time trialed earlier, so they should be of similar kind of speeds So to have an open water lead, we haven't really seen an open water lead in any of the more recent races. Maybe suggests they went off really hard in the first half, and then it's going to be a case of whether these other crews are negative splitting it and picking it up more in the second half. Also, with this headwind, it does actually calm down in terms of conditions and flatness as you get towards the finish line, so that can also allow crews to maybe put in a slightly cleaner sprint to the line than maybe they could get off the line in the first place. But looks like that Borlase crew still out in front, although starting to move like slightly diagonally across their lane. I think now it's been straightened up again, but they're coming under some pressure from Henley here.
Yeah, they certainly are. Henley Rowing Club starting to go through their gears as they're coming into the last, we're at 200 metres or so to go in this D final. Moving with Henley though, we're keeping our eyes on Kingston Rowing Club. The two of them have just been neck and neck, never more than half a length or so separating those two crews down the course. We're getting to the business end though of this D final, so William Borley still have clear water over the rest of the field at the moment. It's a handy lead to have as we're coming up to the Red Boys. 10 big ones left then for Sir William Borlase' grammar school to take them up to the finish line. But the question is, what have Henley Rowing Club got left? They look to have just taken their rate up. They've just moved on again, have Henley Rowing Club. They know that Kingston Rowing Club are going to throw everything at them as they come up to the line. They've probably got about half a length on Kingston, but up ahead though, leading this D final, it is still Sir William Borlase' grammar school, still clear water, but back for second place. Kingston have been moving. Kingston continue to move. We're coming up right the way to the line. Kingston with the momentum at the moment, and I think on the line it is Kingston Rowing Club who will push Henley into third place. Talk about timing a race to perfection. That was sensational from Kingston Rowing Club, winning by no more than a couple of feet on the line. Queen Elizabeth High School will come through in fourth position, and then rounding out this D final will be the crew from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association.
Yeah, Kingston walked through beautifully into second place just at the end there. I think Henley, you can see them in just the bottom part for those watching the live stream. Really pushed for first, but couldn't quite get there, and then I think in effect gave up the second just from that exertion. But on your screen you can see the Borlase quad. They had open water at halfway, were able to see off the charge from Henley Rowing Club, and I think that was just a really good performance there in that D final. Right, we have one more C final here before we start getting some medal races. This is the C final of the women's J15 Coxed Quads, and they're just getting off the line. Well, mostly getting off the line. I think Hinksey maybe struggled with the first couple of strokes, and they're going to have to get back into this race very quickly. We have Hexham Rowing Club, Hinksey Sculling School, Trent Rowing Club, Maidenhead Rowing Club, Brentford, and George Watson. Those are the 6 crews that we're going to have featuring in this C final.
Yeah, tough start there for Hinksey Sculling School, but what's fantastic to see there, they're in lane 2, they're over on the right hand side of the course, but they're up and running, they're moving really well now that they've just regathered their composure a little bit, and they'll be looking to get themselves back into the race. I think if you miss the first stroke or two, it's absolutely not game over for them at this stage. They'll be able to work their way back into the race, but it just means just squeezing a little bit harder in those openings at 10, 15 strokes to make sure you're still with the competition. But I think we saw a couple of fantastic come from behind performances already this afternoon, but I think one that stands out was from Great Marlow School a couple of days ago in over the 2,000 metre racing. Ran into difficulties in the first half, but coming through and managing to get a spot into a final. That was a really impressive row. So let's see what Hinksey can do to get themselves back in the mix in the C final of the women's J15 quads.
Yeah, and I think with these coxed quads, it's going to be really important that the cox just takes charge of, like, okay, we made maybe a mistake in the first stroke, settle down, let's get our composure. That's the way we're going to climb back into this race. So just looking up the course, it looks like these crews are on approach to the 500 metre mark. They've probably got about 100, maybe 150 metres to go before they get to that point. Looking across from left to right, it looks to me like we have a lot of overlap between these crews. Maybe the crews in 4 and 5 have just nudged out a little bit, but definitely not by much, if at all. It's still good racing between all 6 of these crews here.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. Over in lane 4, that is Maidenhead Rowing Club. Just next to them, one over is Brentford with Trent in 3. I'm keeping an eye on George Watson's College as well over in lane 6. Ginny's sitting a little bit further back, but again, as Alex said, still got contact across this field. There we see the shot at the moment. The bow that is just starting to surge through the field at the moment is that of lane 5. It is Brentford who are now out in front, maybe a canvas, third of a length or so over at George Watson's College in second place. Maidenhead holding on for third place. 500 metres down, 500 to go. I'm sure that lead will continue to chop and change over the next 300 metres.
Yeah, absolutely. Brentford doing it for TWA. I mean, that's where I live when I go home. So good to see Brentford out here. I think they used to be Team Keen. They've just changed their name, but it's good to see them out in force. Yesterday I was using that name so many times through the time trials, and we have yet another Brentford crew here competing. They only got one quad, but they're in this C final. They're on your screen right now. So they did have the lead at the 500, but they're coming under a lot of pressure from lane 6 and lane 4. So Fergus was saying keeping an eye on that George Watson's crew. I think Brentford need to keep an eye on that George Watson's crew as well as they start to move out on the outside of the racecourse.
I think as well over on the opposite side to them. So we've got that race for the leading positions unfolding on the left-hand side of the course. But as well, Hexham Rowing Club in lane 1, again being right on the very opposite side of the course, perhaps means that they can sneak up a little bit unnoticed, because the cocks of George Watson's College of Brentford, they'll be sort of having a glance over at each other, checking out how they're getting on. But Hexham Rowing Club, they're starting to make a bit of a move in lane 1, potentially vying for one of those top 3 positions with about 200 metres left to go.
Yeah, really good racing here. This is, as I say, a C final. It's not for medals, but doesn't mean that we don't have competitive racing. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean anything to these athletes. Of course it does. They're going to want to come out on top. So we still have Hexham charging in lane 1. It looks to me like the real battle is Brentford and George Watson's on that far side. Maidenhead trying to get on terms with it. Can Hexham do something from lane 1? They're sneaking up the inside, but I think maybe that race between Brentford and George Watson is pushing them out in front, and it might be that Hexham are just trying to get on terms with Maidenhead for third.
Goodness gracious, what a sprint from George Watson's College in lane 6. Hexham won't be in that race for the top couple of positions. It's going to be George Watson's and Brentford, but at the moment George Watson's College coming up to the line, come from behind. It was Brentford at the halfway point, but when it matters most at the finish line, George Watson's College by a canvas over the crew from London. Next up will be Maidenhead Rowing Club through in third place. A length back on Maidenhead will be Hexham Rowing Club. Hexham finishing well there. Next through will be Trentham, and then wrapping up this C final of the women's J15 cox quads will be Hinksey Sculling School.
We're down to our last few A and B finals of the championships. Medals still to be won. And for the final time, let's rejoin our wonderful commentary team who've taken us through every stroke, splash and photo finish over the last 4 days. Take it away, guys.
Welcome back to Champs Live coverage of the British Rowing Junior and Senior Club Championships. And yes, we are here at the business end of day 4. It is time for the A and B finals. Our final batch of medals are up for grabs at this year's championships. We hope you enjoyed all of our coverage over the past 3 and a bit days, but do not go anywhere because, as I said, medals are on the line. Fergus Mainland, Lucy Holgate taking you through all of the action right the way through to the end of the day. We're starting with the race that is well underway on the course at the moment. It is the final of the Open Junior AR Single Scull. 2 crews contesting this one, 2 scullers out on the field at the moment in lane 3. From Tees Rowing Club, it is Jack Donaghy, and from Stratford upon Avon Boat Club, it is Isaac Clarkson. So we are delighted to be able to offer our adaptive races here at the British Rowing Junior and Senior Club Championships. Our 2 athletes on the course at the moment and currently leading this race. It is the sculler from Tees Rowing Club, Jack Donaghy, out in front in this race. It's been a cracking row so far. He's coming up into the last 100 metres or so of his race, well into the red boys. A very well put together opening 900 metres from him in the single scull. Of course, challenging conditions, Lucy, for single scullers at the moment. But with about 50-60 metres left, it's been a fantastic performance from him.
Absolutely, these challenging conditions are no joke in Nottingham, what it's known for really, and the Tees sculler making the most of them though. Absolutely sensational performance there, going to cross the line with oceans of clear water ahead of Stratford upon Avon, but it looked like there was some trouble down the course for Isaac Clarkson of Stratford upon Avon. The safety launch was involved there, but he's back on track now and heading straight towards the red boys' final 100 metres of this Open Junior Adaptive Single Sculls.
So over the line then, Jack Donaghy of Tees Rowing Club. Phenomenal row from him, sees him through the line, first place in the gold medal position here at the British Rowing Junior and Senior Club Championships. So into the last 50 metres then, into the red boys. Just a few strokes then to go for Isaac Clarkson of Stratford upon Avon Boat Club. A couple of issues earlier down the course, but he's back on track, up and running. 30 metres left for Isaac Clarkson from Stratford upon Avon. Again, just as we saw from Jack Donaghy from Tees Rowing Club, dealt with the conditions very well. Isaac doing the exact same thing with his square blades down the course. And it will be up to the line and rounding out this final of the Open Junior AR Single Scull A final. we can now see on screen at the moment. Receiving the gold medal for the Open Junior AR single scull, it is Jack Donaghy of Tees Rowing Club. Brilliant row there from Jack. They're just coming in for the silver medal. Representing Stratford upon Avon Boat Club, it is Isaac Clarkson. So congratulations to our medalists in the Open Junior AR single sculls. We head back up the course because now underway it is the A final of the Open Beginner double sculls. Warwick Boat Club are in lane 1, University of Birmingham in 2, Bath University in 3, a composite crew of the Windsor Boys School and the Windsorian Rowing Club. Surrey University are in 5 with Royal Chester rounding out your A final in lane 6. So all of these crews have all been learning to row this season. None of them have been in a boat before the start of the season, so fantastic to be able to see the progress that they've been making over this year, and of course rounding it all out here at the British Rowing Junior and Senior Club Championships. Let's see who's been putting the hours in over the past few months, and at the moment it does look to be our race leaders coming in lane 3 at the moment. That is the crew from Bath University. Going with them strongly though, a couple of lanes over to their left and to the right. Surrey University, Warwick Boat Club. There we see, yes, the drone is back for the final time this afternoon. Awesome to have those pictures, be able to bring you these shots of the National Water Sports Centre. But a blinding start, Lucy, from the University of Bath.
Hugely dominant already in the early stages of this final, but it's no surprise Bath also in the prelim race this morning, they led from start to finish, open water, and they look to be repeating this morning's performance.
Yeah, they are. So Bath leading at the moment. Going with them though in second place, a couple of lanes over to their left hand side, it is the University of Surrey, not by much though, perhaps a third of a length, maybe even a quarter. It is the Windsor Composite in third place at the moment. We will be keeping an eye, of course, on the likes of the University of Birmingham, of Warwick, just over on the right hand side of your screen there, are in lanes 2 and 1 respectively. But your race leaders are from Bath. There they are on screen at the moment, perhaps underrating their opponents ever so slightly at the moment, opting for the really long strokes, really powerful strokes at the moment. And you can just see the real surge there on the bows as it carves its way through the water. They're into the final 500 metres, less than half of the race to go for these scullers. We saw the lead that Bath have, but we've known over the past minor finals or so, Lucy, just how close some of these finishes can be. So we'll be certainly looking out for something from Surrey and Windsor in these closing stages.
Absolutely, Fergus, and it looks like there's going to be a real battle for the silver and bronze medals between 2-3 boats. Looks like, yeah, Warwick up there in the mix with Windsor Boys and the Windsorian Composite. Also University of Surrey in lane 5, also up there in the mix. But Bath just storming ahead in this headwind. Their long, powerful strokes really paying off for them now in the closing stages.
Yeah, I don't think it's the case that Bath have pulled any further ahead. I think it is the closing speed of Birmingham and Warwick just starting to close the gap on Windsor and Bath at the moment. Windsor and Bath looked to have previously those second and third places wrapped up, but as we're coming into the last 150 metres, I'm not so sure it was as safe as it was perhaps 200 metres ago. Up to the Red Boys though, Bath University, barring disaster, will be cruising their way to a gold medal in the open beginner doubles here at the British Championships. But Lucy, let's keep an eye now on Windsor. That Windsor Boys Windsorian composite, they're now starting to go through the gears, looking particularly tidy, but they're starting to move away in second place.
Yeah, Windsor moving, great sprint from them. Surrey just a look over their shoulder, and I don't think they're going to be able to match the pace of this Windsor composite. But Bath through the line now. They didn't need to do much to hold on to that excellent win from Bath University. And the Windsor composite are going to cross in second, it looks like. The bronze medal, though, Surrey University, I think, are going to hold on, but a late surge from Warwick Boat Club, along with University of Birmingham. Surrey look like they take the bronze, and fourth place, Warwick just stopped short of the line, so I think University of Birmingham sneaked that fourth place there. Great racing.
Tremendous racing there, just showing you've got to go all the way through the line right till you hear that buzzer. Birmingham and Warwick locked in combat right the way through, and then coming through on the far side of the course in lane 6, it will be the Royal Chester crew of James Bentley and Stephen Carraher. And that is your open beginner double sculls A final. And we'll stick with the beginner doubles because coming up next will be the women's beginner double A final. So as we pick up this women's beginner double, we're just going to learn a little bit more all about the beginner pathway here in the UK.
Tom Selby is coach at Bath University. You've got crews in both beginners races here, Tom. How important is it to give those new to the sport a chance to compete at this level?
I think there's been such a great varied amount of categories that British Rowing have been able to offer with this event particularly. I think when we look at the novice events throughout the season, there's not a huge amount. So for them to be able to compete here, not only with their peers that are a higher calibre, it just gives the team a lot more momentum when we look at next season. The more racing, the better, really. And for them to be competing with people that are the same standard as them just creates more opportunity.
And talk us through the pathway that could help get a beginner from these championships into a British boat at, say, the Brisbane Olympics in 2032.
When we look at the entire pathway, it's a big amount of years. We're looking at anything from 4 to 10 years in terms of what that athlete has to produce, has to develop, and the skill sets, all of that. So for them, this is their starting blocks. So for them to get the most racing possible, for them to get the biggest amount of training in throughout those years, all sort of comes together in one massive package, which when you look at it, you sort of see the highlights of it, but the day-to-day, that's when these athletes are learning to develop their best.
And how do you rate your chances? Will we be seeing you wearing a coach's gold medal in either of these two next beginners races?
Look, anything can happen in racing. I'll be on the finish line, hopefully being with a happy smile.
So I'm sure Tom Selby is following along on his bike at the moment, watching his women's crew. It'll be a frantic cycle back down after the success of his men's double that raced just a couple of minutes ago. Let's see if Bath can go 2 from 2. They're currently out leading this race, just like the men's double we saw earlier, Lucy. This women's double well and truly in control and making light work of this A final.
Yeah, another dominant display from Bath, as we saw in the prelims earlier. They are repeating their victory, it seems, here. But the battle for the silver and bronze medal, it's between Millfield Rowing Club and University of London in lanes 2 and 4. But to me, it looks like Millfield Rowing Club might just be taking the advantage here. Bath still just extending their lead, as we saw in their men's double in the race before. Super long, powerful strokes, really paying off for them. And they are 50 metres or so from the finish line. Looks like they're going to take the gold medal with ease.
It looks like it will be back-to-back gold medals in the beginner double sculls for the University of Bath. They've got a phenomenal setup there. Their coach Tom Selby will be thrilled with the performance of the past 2 races. Bath University up to the line, gold medalists in the women's beginner double sculls, and then it will be that crew of Millfield Rowing Club keeping their Clearwater lead over the University of London. Millfield up to the line, second place in the women's beginner doubles, with the University of London through in third position. Hexham Rowing Club, though, in lane 5, continuing to race hard, continuing to go all the way to the finish line. Hexham will come through in 4th position. And just with 50 metres left to go, and then rounding out this A final of the women's beginner double will be the crew of Mersey Rowing Club of Jess Coomber and Amy Ponsford. We're back at the course though. We are with the J14 single sculls. We're with the B final, the J14 single sculls. Lambton are in lane 1, their A sculler. Nottingham and Union in 2. Calpe Rowing Club is in lane 3. Bewbridge A in 4. Loughborough Boat Club in 5, with Henley Rowing Club in lane 6. These scullers through halfway, less than 500 metres to go. And it looks like, at the moment, the sculler from Henley Rowing Club in the mix. Over on the opposite side of the course as well. Loughborough Rowing Club, Bewbridge, Calpe, Nottingham and Union and Lambton. So from left to right, 6 to 1, they're your current race leaders. But again, just 7 seconds from 6 to 1. So close at this stage in the race.
Coming into the final 250 metres now, and it looks like the sculler from Henley in lane 6 maintaining his lead, but in lane 3 it looks like Calpe Rowing Club with that sprint finish. Huge support for Calpe all through the regatta, and we can see the crowds along the towpath sprinting to help their teammate get across the line. He's going through the gears, but Henley continued to move away. Also in the mix, Bewbridge in that green boat, and Loughborough Boat Club as well in lane 5. But a huge move from Calpe, really paying off in these final stages.
Yeah, tremendous sprint from Calpe Rowing Club. Let's just make sure he hasn't gone too early. He's still just got a bit more gas to burn, but he's going again. He's stepped on one more time, but I tell you who else is stepping on. It is Lambton in lane 1. Again, winding up one final time towards the finish line. He's got to be careful of the boys. But coming up to the line in this B final, it will be the sculler of Henley Rowing Club. Clearwater on the rest of the field, but here comes Calpe. That surge has continued right the way through to the line. A phenomenal second place for him. Going with him though, and pipping Bewbridge on the line, it will be Loughborough in 3rd position. And then right the way through to the line, it will be Lambton over Nottingham and Union. On your screens at the moment on the medal pontoon, it is the victorious crew from the University of Bath receiving their gold medals in the women's beginner double sculls, the crew of Freya Ridge and Izzy Langley. Again, a golden couple of minutes for Bath University, of course, picking up the gold medal in the open beginner doubles as well. So a tremendous couple of races for Bath, and a testament to all of the hard work going on at the University of Bath at the moment. University of London now receiving their medals in this race. University of London represented by Mila Candon and Josephine Hossel. University of London, the bronze medalists in the women's beginner double sculls, and now receiving their silver medals from Millfield Rowing Club. It is Charlotte Gosdell and Lucy Buckingham. We're just waiting for our final sculler to get attached then for the A final of the J14 single scull. That's Sebastian Lee of Shiplake College just getting himself attached at the moment. 6 scullers contesting this race. In lane 1, Tideway Sculler School, Shiplake in 2, George Watson's College in 3, Derwent B in 4, Bedford Rowing Club in 5, and the B sculler from Berwick Amateur Rowing Club in lane 6. The last few adjustments at the moment being made by our scullers, doing all they can just to point their bows into the wind a little bit. There we go, a quick start across the field and we are underway in the A final of the J14 double sculls, and a quick start from Sebastian Lee of Shiplake College, absolutely thundering away out of the blocks. Going with them as well, Rory McNabb of George Watson's College, Teb Lim of Derwent Rowing Club, and Henry Crisp of Bedford Rowing Club. As I said, motoring out of the blocks, getting themselves up and running as quickly as possible. And Lucy, we can see at the moment it's the backs of the scullers we're looking at. Those 2 scullers, particularly in the middle of the course, from George Watson's College and from Derwent Rowing Club, just trying to make the most of these early stages and get their bows ahead of out of the rest of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. It's early on, but it's only a K racing. You want to be at the front at the beginning of the race if you want a chance at the end. But that Derwent Sculler, we saw in the semi-final, a fantastic final sprint from him. He wasn't necessarily front of the pack early on, but goes to show how much these races can change down the track.
Yeah, certainly. Both those Scullers, George Watson's and Derwent, just starting to drop their ratings now as they get into the middle part of the race. But that has perhaps just allowed the likes of Bedford Rowing Club in lane 5 and Shiplake College just to bring themselves back into contention. Those two Scullers leading George Watson's and Derwent by half a length or so as we're coming up to the halfway point. All 6 Scullers, though, again, about a length between all of them at the moment. You could throw a blanket over the field at this point in the race. It's so close. But that Sculler from Bedford Rowing Club, you can see him on screen at the moment. That's Henry Crisp, and perhaps he's starting to move away now. He's got a nice confident rhythm that he's starting to establish over the rest of the field, and yes, starting to ease away from them stroke by stroke at this point in the race.
Yeah, awesome drive phase from the Bedford Sculler in these shots on our screen now, but it's hotting up the battle between George Watson's Derwent and also the Berwick Sculler in the mix there. Shiplake and Tideway Scullers in lanes 1 and 2 also battling for those medals of this A final.
Yeah, 2 seconds there between Bedford and George Watson's College through the 500 metre marker. If anything, I think Bedford have stopped moving away. That move that Henry Crisp was putting together, perhaps been checked a little bit by the rest of the field. George Watson's College just having a wee look around, making sure he knows where he is. There he is on screen at the moment from Derwent Rowing Club. That's Ted Lim. He's still in the mix. He's still in 3rd place at the moment. But as Lucy said, we're keeping an eye on the likes of Berwick Amateur Rowing Club over in lane 6. Perhaps a dark horse at the moment for one of those medals. But again, that is our race leader. That is Henry Crisp of Bedford Rowing Club, just gliding his way towards the finish line. Got to be careful though. George Watson's College starting to make a bit of a move at the moment. 250 metres left to go. Let's see what George Watson's College have got as we're coming to the closing stages of this race. This is the A final of the J14 single sculls. The racing up to this point has been absolutely electric. A phenomenal opening stages of the race from Bedford Rowing Club, but George Watson's College now. Perhaps, Lucy, at this stage we've got a new leader. Perhaps at this stage it is Rory McNabb of George Watson's College.
Yeah, McNabb really winding up through the gears early on through that 250, and it's paying off. He looks to be back on track with the Bedford Sculler Crisp, who had this early lead. Huge sprint from the George Watson Sculler. Derwent look like they're in the mix, but Berwick in the outside lane also going with them for that bronze medal, but it's now a battle for gold. Oh, disaster from George Watson's, a crab who was doing so well but quickly recovered. Has he got time to catch the Bedford Sculler? I think it's going to really run out of water, but he goes again. Bedford try and hold his lead. Surge from George Watson's Sculler. This is going to go on the line, and I think George Watson's take it.
He's done it. Rory McNabb has done it on the line. He has snatched victory from the jaws of defeat over Bedford Rowing Club. That was a phenomenal performance from George Watson's College. Through in 3rd place. Got so excited up at the front, but through in 3rd place it was Berwick Amateur Rowing Club, just ahead of Derwent, with the Tideway Sculler School and Shiplake College rounding off in 5th and 6th place. Right then, deep breath and we go again. That A final was sensational. We're going back up though for another B final. This time around it is the J14 Coxed Quads. Wallingford Rowing Club A are in 1. Windsor Boys B crew are in lane 2. We've got a composite in lane 3 between Queen Elizabeth High School and Camas. Barn Elms are in 4 Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association are in 5 with Clare's Court in lane 6. Halfway then at the moment, just a bow ball separating our top crews at the moment. Our graphic says it is Barn Elms Rowing Club with the lead at the moment. However, next to them in lane 3, just 0.3 of a second, is the Northern Composite, Queen Elizabeth High School and Camas Rowing Club. Again, less than a second back. It's the Scots, it's Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. And again, half a second back on them, the Windsor Boys School. This is going to be another incredible racing. The quad delivered yesterday afternoon. They've been delivering some phenomenal racing all throughout day 4 of the British Championships, and it looks like we are in for another belter. As we said, Barn Elms trying to lead at the moment, but I think at the moment, we've had a change in lead. I think, Lucy, it is Queen Elizabeth High School and Camas Rowing Club who have perhaps nipped their bow ball in front.
Yeah, out in lane 3, it looks like they've started to wind early, but going with them, the Barn Elms crew is not letting them get away with this one, but huge surge from the composite. Amazing shift heading into the final 200 metres here. These crews racing for 7th to 12th, but as we saw, the semis were so close. These crews, all fantastic standard. And Barn Elms are going with the composite for the final sprint. Alongside them, Aberdeen Schools also in the mix. It's 4 boats across here, not to count out Clare's Court A, out in lane 6. Who's going to hold their composure in their red boys now? And I think Barn Elms might be working their way through the composite.
Barn Elms were down, but they weren't certainly not out of it. Barn Elms charging one last time, coming up to the line. The rate has gone through the roof. Queen Elizabeth and Camas doing the exact same thing at the moment. The two of them, stroke for stroke, inch for inch. At the moment, it's going to come down to a photo finish on the line. It's going to be on the surge. It's going to be Queen Elizabeth and Camas Rowing Club just up on Barn Elms. Aberdeen Schools will come through 3/4 of a length back down in 3rd position. Over on the far side, it will be Clare's Court through in 4th place, with the B crew of Windsor Boys coming through in 5th position. And then in 6th place, closest to the tower, it will be the crew from Wallingford Rowing Club.
We are already underway with the A final now of the Open J14 Coxed Quads. In lane 1, George Watson's. In 2, Maidenhead Rowing Club. In 3, Henley Rowing Club. In 4, Brentford. In 5, Falcon. And in lane 6, it's Windsor Boys A. These crews coming through the 500 metres now, and it's pretty level across the field, but I think just half a length in front. It looks like the quad from Henley Rowing Club. Maidenhead to their right, also with them. This is going to be another cracking race. 6 boats across, neck and neck.
Joe, I just love the shot that we've just seen there. The cox of the George Watson's College boat. Daniel Ferenbach just sitting up out of his coxing seat, having a good look around, see where his opposition is. He wants to relay that information back to the crew. But what are we telling them is that Henley Rowing Club are currently leading, getting their bows out in front ahead of the rest of the field. And if he wants his crew, if he wants that George Watson's College boat, just to replicate some of that success that we've just seen in the single sculls racing, they've got work to do, but they're certainly not out of it. There we see Falcon Rowing Club on screen again. They're still in the mix for a medal at the moment. Again, it's going to be so close. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. No more than half a length between these crews as we're coming down to the line. But out in front at the moment, Henley Rowing Club.
Henley Rowing Club with a narrow lead into these closing stages, final 200 metres. But as we've seen in all the finals before, anything can happen. And it looks like Falcon in lane 5 putting on a late charge. going with the Maidenhead in 2. I see them upping their rate. It's going through the roof, but Henley, can they hold off the opposition sprint? They're still leading into the red boys now. Maidenhead having a bit of steering issue. They're joining Henley in their lane. That's not going to help their final sprint. Falcon Rowing Club looking good for second, maybe.
Here we go then, 50 metres to go. Henley Rowing Club, the lead that they had is starting to just close down ever so slightly. We've got a really quick finishing crew from Falcon Rowing Club, just half a length down, less than that now as they're coming down to the line. What a sprint from Falcon Rowing Club, closing down. It won't be enough though. Henley Rowing Club cling on for the gold medal in the J14 quads. Third place on the line, a phenomenal sprint from Brentford. It won't be enough for Maidenhead Rowing Club, who I think will have to settle for fourth. Windsor Boys through in fifth, with George Watson's College through in sixth position. The J14's absolutely delivering some of the best racing we have seen here at the British Championships. Outstanding racing in the singles, outstanding racings in the quad. We've got the J15s up next. Let's see what they can do. So we're with those J15s then. It's the B final of the J15 double sculls. Henley are in lane 1, St Ives in 2, the C crew from Windsor Boys, the E crew from Windsor Boys in 4, the A crew from Windsor Boys in lane 5, and the D crew from Windsor Boys in lane 6. Windsor Boys, 4 crews in this B final. Let's see what they can do. They've got stiff competition in the form of Henley Rowing Club and St Ives, and it is that St Ives crew leading the race at the moment. St Ives in the lead, although sitting behind them in second, third place, it is the likes of, it's going to be one of the Windsor Boys crew. I'm going to probably lose track of it as we're coming up to the line. There's 4 of them racing here. They've got 150 metres left to go to see who can get the inter-club bragging rights. Although Lucy, Henley Rowing Club in lane 1 will certainly be wanting to spoil the Windsor party in this B final.
Yeah, absolutely. St Ives and Henley working in lanes 1 and 2. It's Windsor from lane 3 to 6. And I think St Ives are going to... Oh, it's impossible to tell. Windsor in lane 6 putting on a huge sprint. They're putting a cat amongst the pigeons between St Ives and the other Windsor boat in 2 and 3. Again, this is going right to the line for positions 7 to 12. I think Windsor in lane 6, huge surge from them. This might be enough to take the victory.
We'll see. We're coming up to the line then. A really big surge from Windsor D, but I don't think it's going to be enough. On the line, it will still be St Ives. It's Windsor D over Windsor C over Windsor E, with Henley Rowing Club coming through ahead of Windsor A in lane 5. Bear with us, we think we got it all right in the Windsor order. Final confirmation will of course come from our timing team and from the officials. But yes, congratulations to St Ives, top of the bunch in this B final, and of course congratulations to Windsor Boys, 4 crews in this B final. Very impressive racing.
Already halfway now. This is the A final of the Junior 15 boys double sculls. In this race, in lane 1, it's George Watson's, in 2, Buell Bridge, Hereford B in 3, Walbrook A in 4, Maidenhead A in 5, and the Hexham Exeter Composite out in 6. And through the halfway mark, there's barely anything separating all these 6 crews, but Hereford just nudging their bow ball ahead of Walbrook in those top 2 positions. But coming into the closing stages now, it could be all change.
It could be all change. It's still all to play for. Again, the races that we've just seen, the B final, the quads, the singles, everything, the J15s have absolutely been delivering here, and we're getting it again. Hereford at the moment, your race leaders, but one lane over, it is the Walbrook crew, the Walbrook's top crew in this event, racing in this A final, still in the mix. We can see there their bows just sitting between the two Hereford scullers. They're about half a length or so down at this stage in the race. I think with that bronze medal currently being held by the crew from Maidenhead Rowing Club. So your race leaders at the moment from Hereford, Oscar Sudal and Hugh Pritchard, they've got to do all they possibly can, because Lucy, once again the sprint is coming. The rate is going through the roof from these J15s, and we're watching out for the likes of Walbrook, second place, Maidenhead, third place. But as I say that, Lucy, the composite crew, again, the crew in lane 6, what a sprint finish.
The Hexham and Exeter composite sneak attack from lane 6. Incredible scenes here at the finish. Can Hereford hold on to the lead that they had early stages? I think the composite is working up there. They might just be out in front, but the battle for silver, gold, silver and bronze, it's still on in the last 5-6 strokes.
My oh my, what a sprint from the composite crew, Hexham and Exeter. They're coming up to the line. Goodness gracious, on the line, the composite have done it. Hexham and Exeter through in first place. They've rode down Hereford Rowing Club on the line. That was an absolutely phenomenal performance from the composite crew. Hereford through in second place. The crew from Walbrook will come through in third place. Maidenhead through in fourth. George Watson's College in fifth. And Beale Bridge in sixth place. We are back up the course. We're sticking with the J15s. This time, though, it is the B final of the women's J15 single scull. Racing for positions 7 through 12. In lane 1, it is Cantabrigian. Tees Rowing Club, their C sculler in lane 2. Nottingham and Union in 3. Lambton's B sculler in 4. We've got City of Bristol in 5. George Watson's College in lane 6. So Ailey Hutton of Cantabrigian in 1, Serene Williams of Tees in 2, Anya Knight of Notts and Union in 3, Eleanor Wesencraft College in 4, Primrose Saunders in 5, and Lola Contreras Wood in lane 6. There are your 6 scullers, and time again, these finals have been so easily matched across the field. These scullers coming up to the halfway point. We're probably about 400 metres or so into this final. They'll have settled down off of their sprint out of the block, settled down into their cruising pace, but not for long, Lucy, because it's only 1,000 metres. So they'll probably settle, and by the time we get through 500 metres, they'll be back up and sprinting again.
Absolutely, these 1K races are so fun to watch because by the time you finish your start, you've got to start your finish, and that's when chaos unfolds, and it's really, really exciting to watch here.
And speaking of exciting, well, we've got another close one. We've got another one where these scullers just cannot be separated through the halfway point, but someone's got to go through in first place, and that is the sculler from Lambton in the middle of the course. Just up on the rest of the field at the moment. Going with them though in lane 5, City of Bristol. Notts and Union still in the mix. George Watson's College as well in lane 6, still in the mix as well. So there we see again less than 6 seconds between our 6 scullers at the moment. No more than 2 or 3 lengths between the entire field, and we know how quickly that field will condense down. 2 or 3 lengths will suddenly become a length and a half in the final 250 metres, particularly as our leaders will look to step on. Lambton in first place at the moment. George Watson's College in lane 6 still in the mix. And as well, again, you look towards Tees, you look towards Nottingham Union. There we see Tees on screen at the moment. That's Serene Williams. She's still in the hunt for a medal. There's still work to do if she's going to get herself up into third place. Of course, this is the B final, racing for positions 7 through 12. So 250 metres left to go, the final quarter of this B final. Lambton still leading this final. Going with them though, Nottingham and Union moved up through the pack ever so slightly, perhaps dropping off the pace. City of Bristol not quite keeping up with the leaders at the moment. George Watson's College still in the mix on the far side, but we're keeping an eye on Tees Rowing Club, Cantabrigian, Cantabs and Tees just tussling between the two of them, closing down on the rest of the field at the moment.
Yeah, great work out in lane 6 from the George Watson sculler, working hard to move herself up these ranks, but the lead remains with the Lambton sculler in lane 4. Nottingham and Union doing her best to go with them. She's up in her rate, so is the sculler from City of Bristol. From Tees in lane 2. But Lambton running away with this one, along with George Watson's fantastic finishing out in lane 6. Barely anything in it as we approach the line. Lambton looking around, it can't come soon enough, and she crosses the finish line just half a length or to a length ahead of the sculler from George Watson's. And Nottingham Union, a fantastic third place finish in this B final, and it looks like the Cantabrigian sculler just pipped Tees on the line. City of Bristol rounding out the field here, taking the 6th place in the B final. On our way back to the start now. Already underway is the A final of the women's J15 single sculls. This race is contested between Barn Elms in lane 1, Nottingham and Union in lane 2, Glasgow Rowing Club in 3, AB7 in 4, City of Sunderland in 5, and Trenton Boat Club in lane 6.
These scullers now at the halfway point, 500 metres or so left in this race for medals in the women's J15 single scull, and we have a leader at the moment. It is Glasgow Rowing Club, ever so slightly neck and neck with the City of Sunderland scullers. Those are your two scullers in the lead. Yes, City of Sunderland, your race leader at the moment. Glasgow in second, AB7 sat in third place, a little bit further back. But City of Sunderland, Glasgow, looks like that will be a phenomenal scrap right the way down the course between the two of them.
Yeah, these drone shots showing barely a length separating first to fourth place in this A final for medals. Who are the top three going to be? The Glasgow sculler in the yellow, all-in-one yellow boat, is holding on to her lead, but working hard in lane 5. City of Sunderland, between them, Phoebe Asquith of AB7, champion in the women's J16 double scull the other day. Can she get herself on that podium again? She's going to be challenged by the Nottingham and Union sculler in lane 2. This one's going all the way again. These ladies approaching the final 250, and Glasgow Rowing Club, Warnock looks to be leading, but she's going to have to work hard to hold this.
Yeah, that is now a lead for Glasgow Rowing Club. Caitlin Warnock of Glasgow. She's travelled all the way down from the west coast of Scotland. She won't be leaving without a fight, and she's got one on her hands at the moment. She's going toe-to-toe with Eliza Stoker from City of Sunderland. Glasgow now into pole position, pushed themselves up into first place. So let's see what sort of a response we've got from the City of Sunderland sculler. Right then, here we go. Another time into the red boys, and we've now got AB7 pushing themselves up into the mix. Phoebe Asquith of AB7 isn't done and dusted yet, and that engine has just kicked into another gear. Here comes AB7 right the way through our two race leaders. That lead that Glasgow had has just gone. The lead is now with AB7 with 50 metres left to go in this women's J15 single scull. Another move timed to perfection here at the British Championships, and she's moving clear. She keeps moving away from our scullers in second and third place. Up to the line is Phoebe Asquith of AB7, winner of the J15 single sculls. Glasgow Rowing Club come through in second place with the bronze medal position going to City of Sunderland. Fast finishing in fourth place, it is Nottingham and Union. On the far side of the course, Trenton Boat Club through in fifth with Barn Elms in sixth.
Over to the women's J14 double sculls now. On the course, we have the B final. This is contested in lane 1 with Nottingham County Rowing Association, in 2 Maidenhead, in 3 St Ives, in 4 Nottingham and Union, in 5 it's Aberdeen Schools, and in lane 6 Hinksey Sculling School. Through the 500 metre mark, it looks like Maidenhead with the early lead just over St Ives. But also up there in the mix is Aberdeen and the crew from Nottingham and Union, approaching the final 300 metres now, still all to play for in the B final.
Yeah, it certainly is there, just in the foreground. The crew from Notts County Rowing Association, they are in lane 1. A bit of work to do in these closing stages. Let's see what sort of a finish they can muster up. We could say there as well, just in the background, the crew from Maidenhead Rowing Club. That crew made up of Ella Weaving and Chloe Rye. Ella Weaving in the bow seat, just having a wee look around, seeing where her opposition are. But don't worry, your crews, your oppositions are trailing you at the moment. Maidenhead Rowing Club are still leading. But But again, a fast finishing performance coming from St Ives, just one lane over to them. But we'll keep our eyes on the likes of the next crew over. That is Nottingham and Union Rowing Club. Look to have started their sprint at this stage, and they're perhaps bringing Aberdeen Schools with them, up with them. But Maidenhead Rowing Club still the leaders with 150 metres to go.
Yeah, Maidenhead still up there, but we've got to look out for lane 5. Aberdeen Schools working through their gears, trying to overturn the lead of Maidenhead, but St Ives, their rate is going up and up and up. In lane 3, it's 3 boats for the victory in this B final. Again, another race right to line, well into the red boys now. Aberdeen still moving. St Ives going with them too. Can Maidenhead hold on to this?
Yep, here comes the crew from Aberdeen Schools. Aberdeen Schools up to the line. They've rowed down St Ives, they've rowed down Maidenhead, and on the finish line, Aberdeen Schools ahead of Maidenhead in the B final, the women's J15 quads. It will be that crew in lane 3, St Ives into 3rd place. 4th place will go to Nottingham and Union. Hinksey Sculling School through in 5th place, with Notts County Rowing Association in 6th place in this B final.
Great job. That's it. And 3, 2, 1. Where's Coach? Where's Coach gone? Either way.
Yeah. Well underway now. We have the A final of the women's junior 14 double sculls. Contesting this final for medals in lane 1, it's Buell Bridge. In 2, George Watson's College. In lane 3, Trent Rowing Club. In 4, the Camus and Chesterless Street Composite. In lane 5, Henley Rowing Club. And in lane 6, it's City of Bristol.
The drone shot showing there, it's the crew in lane 3. It is Trent topping the field at the moment as we're coming through the halfway mark. Trent Rowing Club leading this field. It's not often we get a big Clearwater lead at the halfway point, but it looks like we have that at this point in the final of the women's J14 double sculls. Going with them though, sitting back in 2nd, 3rd, 4th place, we're looking to the likes of Henley Rowing Club. George Watson's College still in the hunt for a medal as well, and in lane 1, Buell Bridge as well, still in the mix.
Fantastic scenes here. Trent Rowing Club up there with Henley, but Trent Rowing Club, these girls hot off their silver medal in the quad yesterday. Fantastic work from such a small club on the River Trent. Jess and Maddie here look to be leading this race, but they're going to have to hold on. Strong attacks from Henley, and also George Watson's next to them, but Trent leading the field in style heading into this final 250 metres.
Yeah, Trent Rowing Club, we've got one eye on them, one eye on the rest of the field at the moment. A very fast finishing crew from Henley Rowing Club. Again, far side of the course, City of Bristol. We're keeping an eye on them in lane 6. But then on the other side, we go back over to Buell Bridge and George Watson's College. George Watson's the better of the crews on this side behind Trent Rowing Club, of course. They're your current race leaders with 120 metres left to go. But now the sprint finish comes from George Watson's. They've got to move because Henley Rowing Club as well have taken it another notch as they're coming into the red boys. 100 metres now left in this A final of the women's J14 double sculls. Trent Rowing Club have led from start to finish. It's not often we say that in these 1,000 metre races, but they've done it. They're leading by Clearwater as we're coming into the boys. Henley Rowing Club are moving particularly well at the moment with about 50 metres left to go. George Watson's in danger of being caught by a fast finishing City of Bristol double scull. City of Bristol have found another 2, 3, 4 gears in the closing stages of this race. But up to the line in first position, it is the crew of Trent Rowing Club, gold medalists in the women's J14 double sculls. Henley Rowing Club through in second, and it will be City of Bristol out of nowhere in these closing stages. Rode down George Watson's College, who'll have to settle for fourth. The composite of Camus and Chester in fifth. with Beale Bridge through in lane 1 in 6th position. We've got 2 races left on the course, the B final and the A final of the Women's J15 Cox Squads. Our final pair of races on the final day of the British Rowing Junior and Senior Club Championships. In this B final, racing for 7th through to 12 positions are Stratford upon Avon in 1, Nottingham and Union in 2, Sir William Perkins in 3, Wallingford Rowing Club in 4, Globe Rowing Club in 5, and Lee in lane 6.
Coming into the halfway marker of the Women's J15 Quad B final, and it's a length or so separating this whole field, but it looks like our early leaders are the crew from Wallingford Rowing Club in lane 4, but very narrowly behind is Globe. Union to take 3rd, but so close up in the finish. These crews obviously battling for positions 7 to 12. And it's going to be a hot battle indeed.
Yeah, it certainly will be. Wallingford Rowing Club are race leaders, but just because you're leading at halfway in these 1,000-metre races doesn't mean you're guaranteed to hold on for the win by the time we get to the finish line. Wallingford, though, we're riding with them at the moment. All of them laser focused. It's a couple of looks around from their bow seat at the moment just to see where their opposition is, but they are still leading. But we are keeping an eye on lane 2, which is Nottingham and Union. They're starting to move up through the pack, weaving their way through some of those bow balls, putting themselves in a particularly good position with 250 metres to go.
Yeah, the 2 clubs in red, lanes 2 and 4, Union versus Wallingford for the line, but Globe giving them a run for their money. Also Lee out there in lane 6. Barely a length separating the whole field. Sensational racing from these J15s.
This is so good. Again, we're into 100 metres to go. It's red boys time. It's red lining time from these 2 crews. Again, the 2 crews in red out in front. Wallingford, they're at the lead at 500 metres. But we've got a new leader. We've got a new leader in the form of Nottingham and Union with about 80 metres left to go in this B final. You'd think it was the A final. The standard is just so high on display at the moment. Notts and Union are charging. Wallingford, they've got another gear. What can we do? 50 metres left. Lee Rowing Club sprinting up to the line. They're surging as well. They've come through Globe and they've come through Perkins as well. Up to the line then. It will be Nottingham and Union holding on by a canvas over Wallingford. Lee Rowing Club will get that 3rd place position. And again, on the line, incredibly close. Stratford upon Avon, I think, just pipping Globe Rowing Club with Perkins through in 6th position. But that will be one for the finish judges, that 4th, 5th and 6th position. Right then, up to the start for one last dance here at the British Rowing Junior and Senior Club Championships. We've had nearly 4 days of action-packed racing, but it all comes down to our final showdown. The A final of the women's J15 Cox Quads. Dart Totnes in 1, Hereford in 2, Marlow in 3, Leeds in 4, Henley Rowing Club's A crew in 5, with City of Bristol in lane 6. Well, it seems then the perfect way to round out racing here at the National Water Sports Centre is with another incredibly close race. These quads, again, no one is able to break clear ahead of the entire pack at the moment. Our camera pans round at 500 metres, but there is a bow in the lead at the moment, not by much, probably by about a third of a length or so, and that looks to be the crew in lane 3, Marlow Rowing Club, perhaps our leaders at this stage in the race. Lee Rowing Club riding with them in second place. City of Bristol in lane 6 in third, with Henley Rowing Club in fourth place. 3 seconds separating 4 crews. Again, 4 crews don't go into 3 medals, though someone is going to miss out in the next 400 metres or so. Our race leaders at the moment on screen, it is Marlow Rowing Club. They will be desperate to hang on to the lead, hang on to that gold medal position that they're in at the moment, but they will have fireworks coming from Hereford, from Leeds, from Henley, from City of Bristol, and from Dart Totnes as well. We've got 400 metres left in our final at the British Championships.
And what a final it is shaping up to be. We can see in lane 3 the shots from the drone. Marlow are leading the field, but only just. Huge, great effort from City of Bristol out in lane 6. They're putting themselves in the mix for the gold. And the podium battle is between all of these crews, but Henley and Leeds also challenging each other for the podium. Marlow look to still be leading into the final 200 metres we go. Marlow going through their gears to maintain their lead. But there's a 5 boat battle for 3 medals.
It certainly is. It is time for one last roll of the dice. Marlow Rowing Club still have the advantage, but it is being rapidly shut down by City of Bristol on the far side of the course. One last roll of the dice. Let's see what they've got up their sleeves at the moment. Momentum with City of Bristol at the moment. The lead still being held by Marlow Rowing Club though, but City of Bristol are closing down in the final stages. This race for the bronze medal is closing up for them as well. City of Bristol now, our leading crew as we're coming up to the line. Marlow now in second place. Henley Rowing Club in the bronze medal position. But Leeds Rowing Club trying to shut the door on them, close them down. But up to the line, it's going to be so close in our last final of the day. City of Bristol, I think, will win the J15 quads over Marlow Rowing Club. Henley will just get the bronze. Leeds come through in fourth with Hereford in fifth position. Confirmation there on screen at City of Bristol over Marlow Rowing Club, and then up to the line, rounding out this A final of the women's J15 quads, will be Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club. So another superb finale there in our medal races this afternoon, and that women's J15 quad will conclude racing here at the British Rowing Junior and Senior Club Championships. And Lucy, what a note to finish on.
Unbelievable. Every race has been fantastic, but this was a great one to end on. Shots here of Bristol, absolutely delighted with their win, and I hope you've enjoyed the racing as much as we have, because every race has been fantastic.
It's superb, and I think that that final race there, that quads race, a real summary, a real metaphor for all of the racing that we've seen, particularly the 1K stuff today and yesterday as well. They've delivered some of the closest finals all day. We'll just wait at the moment for our 3 medalists from City of Bristol, from Marlow and from Henley Rowing Club to make their way around to the medal pontoon to receive their gold and silver medals.
Just coming into the medal pontoon now, our bronze medalists, Henley Rowing Club A. This medal was won by Ella Butler in bow, Grace Haldane, Lauren Pollard, Daisy Millard, and their cox, Emily Schutz.
Henley Rowing Club delighted there with their bronze medals. Prizes this afternoon being presented by Katie O'Sullivan, Deputy Chair of British Rowing. You can see just joining them will be Marlow Rowing Club. But yes, Henley Rowing Club, part of a sensational final race here at the British Rowing Junior and Senior Club Championships. We've had nearly 60 side-by-side races this afternoon. A fitting way to cap off the first British Rowing Junior and Senior Club Championships, a 4-day extravaganza, and again ending it on a particularly high note. And now on screen it is the silver medalists from Marlow Rowing Club. Alice Moss in the bow seat, Isabel Moss at 2, Jolie Brown at 3, Oriella Kemis at 4, and their cox is Charlotte Milan.
And collecting their well-earned gold medals now on the pontoon, City of Bristol. The bow seat, Lydia Shufflebottom. In 2, Merle Emmon. 3, Tabitha Cooper. And stroking their boat, Grace Costello. Cox, Emily Pitts. Wonderful scenes here. You can show how much it really means to win a gold medal here at the British Rowing Championships. Crew and supporters delighted.
Well, we hope you have enjoyed our coverage on Champs Live of the 2024 British Rowing Junior and Senior Club Championships. We'll be leaving you with some final pictures of some medal presentations and of course the Victor Ladorum presentations still to come. So just finally then, a huge thank you to everyone that has made this event happen. First of all, to all of our competitors and coaches. Without you, we wouldn't have this championships. And of course, to every single volunteer that has given up their time over the weekend. This has been the 2024 British Rowing Junior and Senior Club Championships. We'll see you all again next year.
And a final set of presentations, the Victor Ladorum Trophy. Firstly, results in the senior competition. Finishing in third place in the senior competition, Cambridge University. In second place, it's Bath University. And the Victor Ladorum winners in the seniors, Thames Rowing Club. Unfortunately, Thames can't be with us right now. We'll make sure that they get their trophy, but a round of applause to our Victor Ladorum senior winners, Thames Rowing Club, please. The top three in the junior Victor Ladorum. In third place, the Windsor Boys School. Second place, Marlow Rowing Club. Top of the standings, Wallingford Rowing Club. So we can just ask Wallingford to hold on for a second, because we'll give you the overall score. We'll finish like this in the British Rowing Junior and Senior Club Championship 2024. Victor Ladorum. Third place, Windsor Boys School. Second place, Marlow Rowing Club. The champions of 2024, Wallingford!
Oh, can we get a few more children in it? Harry! Alexander! Quick! Yeah, loads of you! Quick, quick, quick! Chop, chop, chop! Got in, and hurry up,
Right, everyone looking this way. 3, 2, 1.
Thanks everyone left in Nottingham in this photo. Big smiles from Wallingford and a cheer for our Victor.